Expos, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. One more day before the start of the stretch run of the fall season. Yesterday is Labor Day weekend. The unofficial end of the summer season. The official start of the college football season for many. The start of playoff baseball run. For you Philly fans out there, maybe not for you Met fans or Yankee fans, but for Philly fans, it's going to be a good month for you. We got a lot to get to here on the next 4 hours of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Coming up on the show, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He is back here on a Friday coming up at 2:40. Bob Wankel covers the Phillies for Crossing Broad. He'll join us coming up at 3:25. Adam Kaplan, Football at Forward, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, coming up at 4 p.m. Of course, Buffalo Eagles, a little NFL with him. And today is the return of Casey Jordan, the football scientist, at 5 p.m. Casey, of course, has been coming on the Sports Bash every year for years with Mike Gill. He is back in our football season. We will do a dive into the entire NFL coming up at 5 p.m. with Casey Joyner. Also, it's Happy Hour Friday. So that means you guys are in the conversation. What are you doing this weekend? What are you drinking this weekend? Let me know. 609-403-0973. That's the text for all you can see on the show. 2973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Jeff in Ocean City has already jumped on a text board before any of you today. So Jeff from Ocean City gets the hat tip for beating everyone to the punch on the messages into the show. By the way, you'd have a little extra money this weekend if you would have taken my advice last night. I gave you 2 picks last night before we wrapped up the show. I told you guys to take Utah to cover the spread. Way more than covered the spread last night. I told you guys to take the under in the Nebraska-Minnesota game. Both those picks hit. If you were listening to me last night, you have a little extra spending money this week. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. All right, let's get to the news of the day right now before we get to anything else. We do have some Phillies news we have to get to. About an hour and a half ago, the Phillies officially reinstated Ranger Suarez from the 15-day injured list and is reinstated Christian Pache from the injured list as well. The roster is now expanding to 28 players for the month of September. So a couple things there. Number one, a great job by the Phillies to kind of pull a Howie Roseman and manipulate the roster so they can get to the so they can get to September and then bring guys up without having to send anyone down. Because right now, as currently constructed, you don't want to send anyone down. You don't want to demote anyone at this point in time. At this point in time, you don't want to be the team or the organization that demotes anybody. So you have a situation where if you look at the Phillies roster, who are you going to demote? I mean, there's really only one guy in the pitching staff I would consider kicking off. That'd be Dylan Covey. And I don't even know if kicking him off the roster makes sense because down the stretch, you're going to need someone to burn up some useless innings down the stretch of the season. And I mean, frankly, Pache calling him up, you don't want to send Rojas down. You don't want to lose what Rojas has brought to the table. So for me, at least, I think the Phillies did a very savvy move here. They found a way to keep their guys intact as a roster while bringing back the 2 guys that they want to add to the mix for the rest of the month. And they can figure out everything else later. They can figure out who's going to be on the playoff roster and all that fun stuff later. So right now, this is the best move for them. the best move for them is to wait till September, call these guys up, which is exactly what they did. And now they are scheduled to have Ranger Suarez start this Sunday in Milwaukee against the Brewers. The Phillies are on a bit of a road trip right now. They start with a 3-game set over in Milwaukee starting tonight. So Suarez is expected to pitch on Sunday, and I'm very intrigued to see what we get from Ranger Suarez, because Ranger Suarez is a guy that I know, for me at least, I have kind of leaned into the idea that I think if Ranger Suarez is healthy, I think he is a huge, huge part of what this team does in the postseason. I don't think it's any small thing that Ranger Suarez could be arguably one of the most important players when you get to the postseason. I think Ranger is a guy that, we talk so much about Nola. We talk so much about Zach Wheeler. We've spent so much of the last 2 days talking about the bullpen with Kimbrel and Dominguez and Strom and Alvarado and all those different guys. But for me, at least, I look at Ranger Suarez. He might be the key to the postseason at this point for a very specific reason. If you look at who is going to be in the playoffs, if you look at the team that you would potentially face in the postseason, if the Atlanta Braves are the best team in the National League, and I think most people would agree on that, well, the Braves have a huge left-handed bat in their lineup named Matt Olson. Ranger Suarez is the only legitimate left-handed starter you have. You look at a team like the Dodgers, MVP candidate Freddie Freeman. He bats what? Left-handed. Having one left-handed starter be able to go out there and give you a quality start 3 times in the postseason could be the difference between you winning or losing in the postseason and getting you back to the World Series. I mean, even you look at every team that could make the playoffs, they all have at least one left-handed bat of concern on their team. And every one of the guys on these teams could have an impact on a series. And Ranger Suarez might be the difference. Ranger Suarez could be the guy that makes or breaks a playoff series for you, because he is a left-handed pitcher. I mean, even look at a team like the Diamondbacks. Corbin Carroll is basically the rookie of the year. But what is he? A left-handed hitter. You can go up and down every team in the National League, and you realize that most of these teams have at least one lefty of consequence that you have to keep an eye on. And that's where my mind goes. I mean, look at just this weekend. Christian Yelich. I know he's not the Christian Yelich he used to be, but he's still a really good hitter. What is he? Left-handed. And I'll be curious to see, does a team like Milwaukee turn to Yelich and tell him on Sunday, we're going to rest you? Or does he play against Ranger? Now, Milwaukee's not a heavy left-handed lineup, right? They really only have, 3 left-handers in the entire lineup, the regular lineup. It's Yelich, it's Bryce Teran, and I forget the other guy's name off the top of my head. But they really only have 3 left-handers in the lineup. So their lineup is not as impacted, but it's definitely something to be of concern. It's something to talk about. If a team like the Cubs make the postseason, Cody Bellinger's a left-hander. You look at the Cubs lineup, as I said, every team has at least one lefty of consequence on their team that you have to be concerned about. And I think that's where Ranger Suarez might be the difference, for me at least, in the postseason. the idea that you don't want to be the team that only has right-handers. And I know it's not an apples to apples comparison, but for me, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. It's free thanks to First Bank of Seattle. For me, I go back to every team that, off the top of my head, that I can think of that won a World Series. They all had left-handed pitching. The 95 Braves had Tom Glavine. The 96 Yankees had Jimmy Key and Andy Pettitte. The 97 Marlins had Tony Saunders. The 98 Yankees, Andy Pettitte. Same thing with the Diamondbacks. They won the World Series. Who was it? Randy Johnson. John Lester winning World Series with the Red Sox, for example. Mark Mulder was the lefty for that one Cardinals World Series team. Most of these teams have at least one left-handed guy, Madison Bumgarner with the Giants, right? There's usually that one left-hander in a rotation that kind of offsets what the other team wants to do. And it becomes a big part of the conversation. It becomes a big part of the matchups. And for me, I know that there are people who say, well, the offense didn't show up in the World Series. Oh, well, Aaron Nola's had a down year. I'm one of those people. But for me, my focus is on Ranger this Sunday. I will be very interested to see what Ranger Suarez looks like coming off of this injury. How many innings does he go? How much does he play? How much are you going to get out of him this week? And then if he pitches this Sunday, how many starts do we anticipate Ranger gets this month? Because the idea is that if he can give you 5 innings this Sunday, well, then he theoretically will next pitch next Sunday, the 10th, because they have a day off in the middle of these series here for travel purposes from San Diego back home. So he would pitch again against the Marlins at home. Let's assume he gets 3 more starts in for the rest of the month. After that, if I'm just doing the, basic math, he would pitch in the Cardinals series in St. Louis 2 weekends from now. And then he would probably pitch against the Mets later this month. So you want to get Ranger about 4 to 5 starts this month to ramp him up for the postseason. Because if the Major League Baseball standings stay as is right now, again, obviously, some of this is projecting out. But if we are assuming that the Braves and the Dodgers are the 2 best teams and they are going to win their divisions, that the Brewers will have to play in the opening round against the Giants and the Phillies will play the Cubs. Well, what do the Cubs have? Cody Bellinger. So that game 3 of that series, if it goes 3 games, you might want Ranger Suarez on deck to go. Because Rob Thompson has said earlier this week that it's Wheeler Nola are his 1-2. So then how does it work for 3? To me, I would go with Ranger. And then in theory, if you beat the Cubs in that first round series, and we would face what? The Braves the next round? The Braves or the Dodgers, basically. So, like I said, both those teams have left-handed hitters of consequence. I mean, the Dodgers have more than one. I mean, Jason Hayward is arguably having one of the better years of his career right now. So, he is a left-handed hitter, and he's a guy that does not hit left-handed pitching well historically. So a guy like him going into the postseason, even though he is having a year where he is actually playing much better this year than in recent years overall, he is a guy that gets taken out of the Dodgers lineup if you face a guy like Ranger Suarez. Obviously, Freddie Freeman stays in the lineup, but still, even a guy like Freddie Freeman, for having an MVP caliber year, and this dude could potentially win the batting title, could Freddie Freeman. But you also have Max Muncy in that Dodgers lineup. He's a left-hander. You can't take all the lefties out of the lineup. If you take Hayward out of the lineup, well, who's playing in the outfield? Who's the other outfielder not named Mookie Betts who's playing in that game? Because if you take Hayward out of the lineup, and Hayward has a lot of value. Well, David Peralta also is a left-handed hitter. James Ottman is a left-handed hitter. Again, this is why I look at a guy like Ranger Suarez and I see value. And I'm excited to see what he brings to the table coming back off of the injury this Sunday. Again, Phillies play the Brewers this weekend. Ranger is projected to start this Sunday. Ranger Suarez, Christian Pache, both activated off of the injury list. So that's your Phillies news for the day. By the way, for those who are wondering, Freddie Freeman this season has almost the same batting average, righties versus lefties this year. His on-base percentage is like a hair lower, basically. And he slugs better against lefties and righties. But for his career, Freddie Freeman has had some issues with left-handed hitting, even though this year he is batting about .344 against left-handed pitching. For his career, he's a .275 hitter against left-handed pitching. So Freddie Freeman is having an all-time season in 2023, but for his career, he has some issues with left-handed pitching compared to right-handed pitching historically. So again, that's why I lean into the Ranger Suarez. I need him for the postseason conversation. Let's get to the text board, 609-403-0973. That is the text board. You also can DM the show through the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Jeff in Ocean City chimes in as that he beat everyone to the punch before the show. He says, football season is here. We are, Jeff in Ocean City. And the Penn State people are coming out of the woodwork now and again. Although I will say, Penn State fans are like Eagle fans in that they will go around and like tell everybody they're Penn State people. So I will give them credit for that. By the way, Penn State versus West Virginia, hear the game tomorrow night right here on 97.3 ESPN. Jeff in Ocean City. So if you're not near the television on Saturday, Jeff, you can pop on the radio and listen to the game. Penn State versus West Virginia. Although I don't anticipate that being a close game. I'll give you my college football picks a little bit later in the show, but I don't anticipate that being a close game. I will tell you right now. And it's actually less about it's less about the Penn State Nittany Lions than it is about WVU. I think WVU is a mess right now. They've had multiple quarterback changes over the last few years. Neil Brown, their head coach, is on one of the hottest seats in all of college football. And frankly, you have a situation where Penn State actually has way more roster talent and stability than the Mountaineers do. So I don't anticipate that being a close score by the end of that game, but we'll get into the college football picks a little bit later in the show. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. Still to come on the show, of course, we will get more into the Phillies with Mike McGarry for the Press of Lang City and Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And we'll go through the entire NFL with Casey Jordan, the football scientist, coming up at 5 p.m. tonight. As I mentioned, college football picks a little bit later in the show as well. But coming up next, Isaiah Pacheco is one of my favorite South Jersey athlete stories. But what he said this week makes me question if he is just trolling us or if he was serious. What am I talking about? I'll play you the audio next. Here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Why would someone looking for a mortgage at the Jersey Shore take a loan from a company in Detroit or North Carolina or some other far-off place? Online mortgages promise a lot, but don't always deliver. First Bank of Sea Isle City knows the Jersey Shore. We are local lenders. We use local appraisers and provide in-house processing. We understand the unique obstacles of financing in Cape May County. Don't take a chance. Local banking is better. Let us guide you. First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Member FDIC. Equal housing lender.
This cardboard order, is it up to date?
Camila's recyclable coffee cup factory can no longer be considered a grande.
Redesign? It's at the printer.
She needs more designers to jump the business to a triple shot.
Client wants to see several more design options. The logo's gotta be bigger.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This Labor Day at the Home Depot, we're rolling out store-wide savings, where you can get everything you need to make the most of your long weekend, no matter if you're putting down fresh new roofs or digging up and replacing old ones. You can keep your garden alive and thriving all year round. Get Court Hardy Mums on special buy, now 4 for only $10. Do Labor Day your way at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Product varies by store. See store for details.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Parks.
This is how you roll. This is how it goes. This is how you pop. This is how you rock. Take a chance, do a dance, little romance. This is how you. This is how you excite. This is how you all night. 360 hit me. Now we're going all in. I can feel it calling. The crowd, the light, the night, the sights, the vibe is right.
Parks, Pennsylvania's #1 casino experience. This is how you win.
Exit 6 off the New Jersey Turnpike. Must be 21. Gambling problem. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means, wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match, only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Hey, it's Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow, exploring exciting destinations throughout New Jersey, sponsored by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism. As summer winds down, we have to make a stop at the world's famous playground, Atlantic City. It's not just about gambling and Monopoly, especially with the opening of the indoor Island Water Park earlier this year. perfect date night. Enjoy a boardwalk. Find your perfect New Jersey getaway with ideas and a free travel guide at visitnj.org.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
226, you're on a happy hour Friday. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill. You're on 97.3 ESPN. I'm certainly hoping that the recommendations we get today are of a better quality than last week. We got some very, very strange beer recommendations last week. I mean, some of those recommendations, I told you guys last week, and I'll say it again. I'm not a guy. I enjoy a lot of different things. I have been called by Heather DeLuca of Sojo 1049 a mixologist. I'm someone who drinks my coffee every morning. I drink 1 to 2 tall cups of tea a day. I'll consume some beer, wine, whiskey. I'm all over the place. So I'm a diversified individual. But some of the brews you guys were recommending last week, they were not going to go anywhere near my mouth. Some of them. I'm just being honest. As I said, if it's a brew that's got maybe made with fruit or something like that, or something like I know that Ludlam Island Brewery, they have the Bay Muck oatmeal raisin in a cask right now style. Things like that I do enjoy. But people were talking about this beer has a bacon thing to it, and this beer had like a pork roll flavor to it. And I was just like, yeah, I'm out on that. I'm not down for that. I'm not interested. What you guys have to say on the brew fronts coming up throughout the show? Keep them coming in 609-403-0973. But right now, I mentioned for the break, Isaiah Pacheco is one of my favorite stories in South Jersey sports. Before I got to 97.3 ESPN, I was, calling high school football and basketball games for over the course of 5 years at a previous job. And, one of the stories that I encountered between there and then working here at 97.3 ESPN was the story of Isaiah Pacheco. And Pacheco was a guy who he didn't have to go to Vineland High School. He had offers to go. He could have gone to St. Augustine Prep or St. Joe's in Hamilton or anywhere else, basically. But he chose to stay with his hometown. And it really, in many ways, changed the perception and the culture of Vineland football. And this guy, he played quarterback. He played some running back. He played defense. The dude even was playing special teams, trying to block punts and kicks. The guy was everywhere. Then he gets that scholarship and he goes to Rutgers. And he went to Rutgers when Rutgers was really bad. So he didn't really get a time to really shine and show what he can do. Then he gets drafted into the NFL. And he goes from, as I wrote at 973ESPN.com, where I wrote about the South Jersey high school graduates who are playing in the NFL this year. Pacheco went from being a guy who was just a late round draft pick who was trying to make the roster to halfway through the season becoming the team's starting running back and then being a big part of them reaching the Super Bowl and beating the Eagles. So Pacheco's story is amazing. I'm a huge fan of what he symbolizes. He symbolizes being true to yourself, working hard, and earning your opportunities. And there's just so much about his story that I think is incredible. But this week, he went on the All Things Covered podcast, which is hosted by Brian McFadden and Patrick Peterson. And he was asked about, well, I'll play you the audio, but he was asked about all-time running backs. And for a guy I love his story, his answers left me scratching my head. Take a listen. This is Brian McFadden talking with Isaiah Pacheco on the All Things Covered podcast.
When you talk about the top 5 running backs that you've ever seen, this is your list. Who is in your top 5?
My list. Growing up, I ain't watched football that much, but I know that I watched highlights. And Barry Sanders was on my highlights. AP was on my highlights. Damian Thomason.
3.
And then I'm going to get a little bit into this air. Saquon Barkley.
Ooh, yeah.
Then
got one more.
Myself.
So a couple issues there. Number one, he's being asked to make an all-time running backs list. And he says, I didn't watch a lot of football growing up. I watched a lot of highlights. That was the first moment you realized that this conversation might not go as expected. Now, I respect the top of the list, okay? Barry Sanders is my favorite running back all time. And LaDainian Tomlinson is my other favorite running back all time. He's got both of them on the list. So on a personal level, I respect it. Adrian Peterson is a guy who's like in the conversation, but he's not a guy that I personally get, like that's an all-time great running back. Then he made the first mistake when he went Saquon Barkley. I'm going to go with a modern guy, he says. See, I don't think Isaiah Pacheco understands that the guys that you like watching are not the same as the all-time best running backs. Brian McFadden was asking, who are your top 5 all-time running backs? And Isaiah Pacheco answered the question by saying, here are my 5 favorite running backs to watch. So, having a guy like Barkley on his list, and maybe Adrian Peterson as well, instead of having Walter Payton, Emmitt Smith, Eric Dickerson, Tony Dorsett, Earl Campbell, none of those guys breached the conversation. No Thurman Thomas, no Curtis Martin, none of them. Then he made the mistake of putting himself on the list. That's the moment that you say, Isaiah, thanks for joining the show. Have a good day. Because, you can't put yourself on an all-time running back list. I think that's why there's a part of me that says, I don't know if he understood the question. Because the question was, who are your all-time greatest running backs? And he answered it as, here are the 5 running backs that I like a lot. And because I'm running out of guys to think of, I'm going to put myself on the list. Now, could Pacheco become an all-time great running back? He certainly could. He's entering year 2 of an NFL career. But if we project him out for the next 10 years, do we really think that he's going to have the next 9 years and 1,000-yard rushing season every single year? Today's running backs don't do that. So it's unlikely. And until he becomes more of a receiving threat out of the backfield, you're still going to have guys like Marshall Faulk who are going to be, Hall of Famer Marshall Faulk, who are going to be in that conversation of all-time greats. So I'm conflicted. On one hand, I'm shaking my head at Pacheco, but on the flip side, I'm also looking at him and I'm saying, I don't think he actually understood the question. You guys tell me what you think. 609-403-0973. Somebody texted in 4 times. I don't know why you had to text it in 4 times. The question was, who is the best running back Pacheco have ever seen? Let's play the audio back.
When you talk about the top 5 running backs that you've ever seen, this is your list. Who is in your top 5?
Top 5 running backs you've ever seen. not just the best running back Pacheco has ever seen. So what you're basically saying is that Isaiah Pacheco has only seen 4 good running backs his entire career. Now, All Things Covered, the podcast, tweeted out Isaiah Pacheco's top 5 running backs all time. And Isaiah Pacheco said the top 5 running backs I've ever seen. He couldn't name one other guy that wasn't him, though. Come on. That means he doesn't understand the question. Okay, I get it. Ann's from Vineland. You texted in the same thing. What's your point? The question is not the issue. The answer is the issue. All right, back to the text board, 609-403-0973. Apparently, you guys don't want to have fun with this. You just want to nitpick the question that was asked. Jason in Millville says, Pacheco would have never seen the field if Clyde Edwards-Helaire didn't get hurt. Jason, that's not true, actually. Pacheco was getting an even share of the first team snaps in practices last year. And he would have seen the field sooner, but the problem was that the Chiefs drafted Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the first round, and that his injury was a perfect Wally Pipp moment for him. It was well known, anybody who covers the Chiefs, because I know that Mike Gill has had over the years, oh my goodness, what's the guy's name who used to play for the Chiefs? My goodness, the guy's name is Joe, but the guy from the Believe in the Chiefs podcast played for the Chiefs. He's a guy he's a local Jersey guy. He's talked about how Pacheco was a guy that the Chiefs liked a lot, Jason. And that there's a lot of people who cover the Chiefs, like Brett Tauscher of ESPN, that Pacheco was a guy the Chiefs were going to work in. It was just a matter of getting him up to speed with the offense. So it was a lot more than Clyde Edwards-Helaire getting injured. Yeah, I don't think that it's fair to say he only would have gotten on the field if it wasn't for the injury. I think it's a little unfair. I think that's dismissing what he brought to the table and the fact that Clyde Edwards-Helaire was actually a bit of a disappointment. Because Clyde Edwards-Helaire was part of that LSU team that won the national championship. And what he did at LSU was part of what propelled him into the NFL. Being a part of that offense and doing what they did in college and winning a national championship. He was entering his 3rd year with the Chiefs, and he had been underwhelming. I mean, he was losing snaps the year before because, one, he was injured the year before. Don't forget that. And number 2, if you go by the Chiefs snap counts, the year before, he wasn't like far and away the guy getting the most snaps at running back. It was Darrell Williams. Darrell Williams was the main running back in Kansas City during Clyde Edwards-Helaire 2021 season. So when Pacheco came and he showed what he could do, there was already an upswell of, hey, this guy's really good. And if Clyde Edwards-Helaire doesn't show us something, he's going to lose that job. So Jason and Millville, I think that's a little aggressive. All right. Coming up on the other side, Mike McGarry for the City. He will join us. We'll get back to the Phillies and more Eagles talk a little bit later in the show. I see Tom from Margate chiming in. We'll check in with Tom from Margate. He has to stay for Happy Hour Friday as well on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank in Seattle.
Awesome.
sports station that hits a home run every time.
Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. That one on its way, and that one is gone. Inside the left field foul pole. A no-doubter from Trey Turner.
It's 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the best Phillies sports talk.
Sail into summer in New Jersey. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Enjoy iconic shores, history, and culture. From dazzling cities to charming countryside. Find it all at visitnj.org.
A Rottweiler named Whiskey, with hours to live, brought back to full health. A terrier named Snoopy, paralyzed in all four legs, who ran and played again within months. These dogs are known as Marty's Miracles. Dogs brought back to health by Dr. Marty Goldstein.
I've helped countless dogs thrive with one simple concept. Your dog needs a high-meat diet, similar to what their ancestors ate in the wild.
Called the Miracle Worker by Forbes magazine, he's now created a premium dog food for you called Nature's Blend. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life. For a limited time, save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get free premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/deal or text DEAL to 511-511. Text DEAL to 511-511.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
The iconic and most rewarding place to play is now available online. Caesars Palace Online Casino has all of your favorite games, including exclusive ones only available on Caesars Palace Online. Fantastic jackpots, daily promotions, and more. With Caesars Rewards, the largest and most rewarding loyalty program in gaming and entertainment. Every play brings you closer to the remarkable benefits only Caesars can offer. Bonuses, dining, tickets, VIP experiences, stays at over 50 Caesars Rewards destinations, and more. As a welcome to you, download today to get a $10 sign-up bonus and 100% deposit match up to $1,000. You must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at CaesarsPalaceOnline.com/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Please play responsibly.
This cardboard order, is it up to date?
Camila's Recyclable Coffee Cup Factory can no longer be considered a grande.
Redesign? It's at the printer.
She needs more designers to jump the business to a triple shot.
Client wants to see several more design options. The logo's got to be bigger.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our hiring platform instantly connects you with quality candidates, and you can schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from the Indeed dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321321. That's ROCK to 321321.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 + 0 + 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
So math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you released so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Black Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblackkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at 27,000 to Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get back to the text board in just a little bit later in the next hour, 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. But right now, joining us on the Elite Acura hotline, it is Mike McGarry. Joins the show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. This segment is brought to you by Tomorrow's Wellness in Northfield, where their goal is to make you look and feel incredible. Visit them online at tomorrowswellness.com. Mike McGarry joins us right now on the Elite Acura hotline on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, welcome in. How you doing today?
Hey, Josh, how are you? Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday. So where is Mike McGarry traveling this weekend because I know there's a lot of different games on different days going on here.
All right, well, I got a big weekend planned out right now. I'm heading down the Garden State Parkway to Mays Landing for Middle Township at Oakcrest. Oakcrest celebrating a new artificial turf field, playing their first game on it. That one kicked off at 5 in Mays Landing, so I'm navigating through the Garden State traffic right now as we speak, heading to that one. Tomorrow morning, it's up early and into Vineland for Irvington at Millville. Yes, Millville playing at Vineland because Millville's renovated Wheaton Field is not yet ready. And then on Sunday, it's up to the Meadowlands for Bruce Springsteen Sunday night. So a big weekend for me here this Labor Day.
Well, it'll be, I can confirm that it'll also be, I heard Chris Mad Dog Russo saying on television this morning that he's going to that Springsteen concert too, so maybe you'll run into him.
There you go. We can break down the Giants and Eagles prospects for the upcoming season maybe, or Phillies Braves division series.
I will be looking forward to reading your recap of the Oakcrest game, Mike, because I know that they've been talking about putting down that new field for years. And I felt like that the talk was going on for so many years about getting that new field done. I was almost wondering if it was ever going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, a great job by the administration of the Greater Egg Harbor School District, and quite frankly, the voters and the community in the Egg Harbor District. They approved the bond referendum, and all three high schools that belong to that district, Oakcrest, Cedar Creek, and Absegami, are getting renovated facilities. I think Cedar Creek is playing their first home night game ever tonight. They're hosting out. They will eventually get a artificial turf field. Absegami also got new lights, and they'll be getting an artificial turf field. So really exciting times for the people of the Greater Egg Harbor School District, and a great job there by the administration of the school and also the voters of the district approving the referendum that enables these facilities to be upgraded and renovated.
Yeah, somewhere guys like Bill Melton or like, oh, you guys finally got lights on that field. Good job up there at Cedar Creek, right?
Right, absolutely. And can you imagine Bill Melton or Malachi Melton on an artificial grass field? So the opponents are probably glad that it's just happening this year, basically.
Exactly. Mike, let's get to the Phillies here because I was talking about when we opened the show today that I'm very interested to see Ranger Suarez reactivated from the injured list. I'm very interested to see him this Sunday because I think that he might be one of the X factors for the Phillies in the postseason because every National League playoff team has at least one left-handed hitter of consequence, and having a left-handed starter could be a guy that helps offset a series.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other factor with Ranger is he's pitched okay this year, right? He's had some really good outings. He's had some okay outings. But overall, I'd say he's just about been okay. There's been something a little bit off. The command has been a little bit off. He's allowed more hits than he usually has. His control hasn't been great. So I think for the Phillies, it's going sort of realize their postseason potential, they probably want to spend the next 4 weeks of the final month of the season here getting Ranger Suarez back on track, or at least back to where he was, entering last year's postseason. Because he can be such a dangerous pitcher with his ability to fill so many roles. I mean, he can start a game, he can be the long man, he can come in and get a key out in a high leverage situation, he can close the game as we saw in Game 5 of the National Championship last year against the Padres. So, I think getting Ranger back to where he was last year is something to watch this final month of the season for the Phillies.
Yeah, Rangers Suarez start this Sunday against the Brewers in Milwaukee. So hopefully he can get about 4 or 5 starts this month, Mike, before the postseason starts. Because at the end of the day, we know the Phillies are going to go into the postseason. Who are you going to face in the playoffs? And it's interesting because they're using the expanded rosters this month. So when they brought back Suarez and Christian Pache, that none of the guys that are currently on the roster had to get demoted or moved.
Yeah, and a big change with that this year. There's only 2 spots, right? And I believe one of them has to be a pitcher. So the days of September where you could load up the bullpen with like 20 extra guys or carry, 35 guys on the roster are done. Rosters did expand, but only by 2 positions, and one of them has to be a pitcher this year. So hopefully the games won't last as long as previous Septembers when teams seem to be bringing guys out of the parking lot to pitch.
Right, exactly. Yeah, no more David Buchanan up here for the Phillies, right, Mike?
Exactly.
Mike, offensively, I mean, they had an historic month of August. I mean, they were absolutely on fire offensively. How much of what we saw in the month of August for you do you think the Phillies can replicate down the stretch of the season?
Boy, 59 home runs this month. Harper with a great month. Turner with a great month. Boy, replicating that, the team is so streaky. They're going to go up and down. It's hard to say what they're going to be going forward. One thing I will say, I was watching TV last night, watching the Braves Dodgers play out and Chavez Ravine out in Los Angeles. I look at those 2 teams, the best in the National League, maybe the best in baseball, and I think the Phillies can play with either one of them. They can hit with either lineup. The pitching of the Braves and the Dodgers does not scare me. I think the Phillies got a shot going into the postseason. You hate to say it's just a roll of the dice. Are they going to be hot come October 1st, or are they going to be cold come October 1st? Are they going to hit like they hit in August, in October 1st? Or are they going to hit like they hit in April come October 1st? With this team and its unpredictability, you never know.
Speaking of September, it is September 1st. I'm with Mike McGarry on the Elite Acura Hotline. Visit Elite Acura during the Summer Performance event located on Route 73 North in Maple Shade, online at EliteAcura.com. Mike, it's very weird for this time of year. We're talking about the Phillies in a postseason hunt, but both the Yankees and the Mets are on the outside looking in. I mean, I'm not saying I take pleasure in it, but I got to admit, Mike, it's weird. It's a weird thing to have both New York teams so pretty much strangers to the postseason race this year.
Yeah, maybe more weird for the Yankees than the Mets, right? The Mets have had their share of seasons like this one that they've had, or more than their fair share of seasons like this the past couple of years. But the Yankees, I believe they missed the playoffs once since 1995. I'm going to say this will be the second time they've been out, and they're in danger of not having a winning season for the first time in 30 years, too. So definitely strange not having the Yankees gearing up for postseason baseball, and it'll be interesting to see how those 2 teams approach the offseason. I'll say this: I don't think either team is going to be taking it lying down. I would expect both teams to be active in the offseason and try to remedy what went wrong this year.
I already saw the Mets fired like 3 guys in like their scouting department and their player development. So
right.
The Mets are getting a start on the offseason firing chain.
Yeah, and they're bringing up some young guys. They brought Brett Batty back, the third baseman who had struggled. They brought him back today. They called up another infield prospect today. So, they're going to be playing some younger guys. It'll be interesting to see how they proceed. Because they still think that although Steve Cohen, the Mets owner, they won't go maybe big game hunting for free agents in the offseason. I think you'll see them sign, 4 or 5 free agents to 1 or 2 year contracts to try to be competitive next year. And if they're not competitive, they'll just trade those guys to the deadline for more prospects the way they did this year.
Mike, before I let you go, in between all of your high school football coverage for the Press of Atlantic City, are you planning to keep your eye on any college football games this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoy USC. My son went there. I'm a big USC guy. So, they opened up last week with a big win over San Jose State. They've got a big game coming up against Nevada this Saturday. So, and of course on Rutgers on noon on Sunday against Northeastern. Rutgers with a couple of local guys. You mentioned Malachi Nutt of Cedar Creek and Muhammad Torre of Pleasantville playing for Rutgers. So those are my eye on those 2 games this weekend.
A lot of people think Torrey could have a big year for Rutgers up there in Piscataway. He's Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. Follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry. And he joined us today on the Elite Acura Hotline. Mike, safe travels all weekend. And if you run into Chris Mad Dog Rooster, we'll get a picture, all right?
Down the road, Josh. Thank you.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike McGill. Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry's segment has been brought to you by Tomorrow's Wellness in Northfield, where their goal is to make you look and feel incredible. Visit them online at tomorrowswellnesscenter.com. Coming up on the other side, back to your guys' text board. Thoughts and questions, 609-403-0973. I'll get in on your guys. What are you guys consuming this weekend? It's Labor Day weekend. It's the last, quote-unquote, summer weekend of the heart of the summer season. I know it's local summer after this weekend, but people like me, this is also the start of football season. So it's kind of like a turning of the page for me, mentally and how I'm watching sport. I mean, I already went 2-0 last on the college football pick, so I'm all ready for the season. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on 97.3 ESPN.
Tomorrow on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football, the hunt for the national championship begins in Happy Valley as the 7th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions host the West Virginia Mountaineers. Hi, this is TJ Reeves. Join LeVar Arrington and me for all the action as James Franklin and the Nittany Lions get a tough opening week test against upset-minded West Virginia. It's number 7 Penn State and West Virginia.
It's College Football Saturday on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins after Notre Dame football.
Any trade, any trade, any trade. Bring any trade to Matt Platt Nissan because AJ the Trade Man is in need of more trades. Used car values have been all over the map. AJ has one mission: give you the best trade value and get you into a new Matt Platt Nissan with 0 down, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0% financing on every new Matt Platt Nissan.
Oh yeah, it's on at Matt Platt Nissan.
Even if you owe thousands more than it's worth, AJ the Trade Man wants your trade. Plus, with your job clearing $350 per week, you're practically approved with 0 down and 0 interest on every new Nissan in stock. For 36 months, all backed by Matt Platt's 4-day love it or leave it return policy. Only at MattPlattNissan.com. Approved Tier 1 credit through DMAC. Negative equity will be refinanced into new vehicle plus tax tag at $589 fee. Offers can't be combined. Call 877-289-6670 or go to MattPlattNissan.com for complete details. Offer ends 9/7/2023. It's on at Matt Platt Nissan on the Black Horse Pike in Harvard Township.
16 enrolls you for recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Specific data rates may apply.
Leaving for the so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means, Wait. Hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait. Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Ruthie, our last summer barbecue is this weekend, and it has to be epic.
Well, Total Wine has this new reposado that'll rock your barbecue. And my favorite Cabernet will make your famous ribs even famous-er.
Yes, just what my last summer barbecue needed.
Wow, and at those low prices, that'll be great for my first fall barbecue.
Ooh, I'll trade you my famous ribs recipe for one of yours.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly for 21.
Policy and terms and conditions. Text US for recurring automated text market. Message generate apply stop opt out. Put it Attention all homeowners. You know when to replace your windows. Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Go to get your game on at the Gallery Bar Booking Games in Ocean Casino Resort this football season. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit. He stumbles. He's down.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Three o'clock hour of the Sports Bash, Josh Hennig. Earlier for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. We'll get back to the Phillies talk coming up in about 20 minutes from now with Bob Frankel, Phillies writer for Fox. We'll get back to the things of football right now here on 97.3 ESPN. As always, for the conversation, 943-0973. Happy Hour Friday! What are you guys consuming? What are you guys drinking? I got Engine Violent telling me about, says but the Buzzballs drinks have a good taste. Like, I told Engine Violent, I'm like, isn't there like 20 different Buzzballs? Like, those who haven't seen it. So, I forget where I was exactly. I mean, probably even if I did remember, I wouldn't give them a plug on the radio because they're not advertising. I mean, us talking about you on the radio is free. But there was a local liquor store, obviously, and will remain nameless, that they had a shelf of these Buzzball mixed cocktails, right? And it's like different types of like, it basically is like a pre-made mixed drink. And it's in a literal like ball-shaped like container bottle, basically. And it's basically a pre-made cocktail. So it's like instead of like you having like mix the drink yourself and do all like the portion measurements, you're basically paying for someone to basically make the perfect cocktail for you, and they pour it into this little like jar, basically, and then you pour it out yourself, and it could be, like a margarita or a pina colada, or it could be whatever, but there's like 20 of them that the last time I saw. And so, I got Angie and Violent being like, hey, it's a good taste. I'm like, is there like 20 of them? They said I've only seen one. I'm like, well, I've seen a bunch of them. It's a little ridiculous. Listen, mad respect to anyone who can literally capitalize on it. I applaud anyone who is able to make money off of creating a product of convenience. It's the idea of like, why is like Chromecasting, for example, or, any of those platforms popular? Because people can literally just take what's on their phone and throw it on the television. Why is the activate function easier on your smart TV than having to log in? Because it's something of convenience. And you're willing to pay a little bit extra for that specific TV or that Chrome casting stick to plug into your smart TV, or you're willing to pay extra for, the auto mechanic who does more than just the tune-up, right? You'll pay a little extra for a little bit more of service because you're getting convenience out of it, right? And I think that, the people who make Buzzball drinks is a pretty smart group of people. They literally went out there and said, hey, people like to have mixed drinks. So instead of people having to make their own mixed drinks, we are going to sell all these mixed drinks. And we are going to capitalize on people's desire to not have to, basically buy the mixed drink themselves. And for those who don't know how it works, I can't believe I'm spending minutes talking about this, but we'll get to the football in a second. But you guys texted in 609-403-0973. I'm responding to it. Basically, the idea is you pay like $4 for like either a 200 milliliter bottle. So you're basically paying $4 for a mixed drink. Okay. Which obviously compared to some local establishments is a great deal. So if you're looking to have some mixed drinks at home, to mix it down yourself, and you want to get, 2 for you and 2 for somebody else, you're probably spending about $16 to have a couple of drinks at home instead of probably spending what would be the equivalent of $24 if you were out and about with some friends. Now, of course, I know they make I think it's like a half a liter, 2 liter bottle as well. And I forget how much that is, but yeah, that's what Buzzballs is. To me, like I say, it's a great job by somebody somewhere to create an entire business out of creating a convenient product for people. I think it's smart, at least. Maybe I'm just crazy, but Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Tom from Margate chimed in. He said, hey, Josh, let's not forget about Smittix and a shot of whiskey or scotch. If you want black velvet, you do half champagne and then Smithwick and Guinness together. He says, by the way, Otto Graham never lost a championship game in the NFL days. Tom from Margate Nation. Yeah, Tom was talking about our conversation yesterday about the greatest quarterbacks of all time. Tom doesn't pay the extra money for the convenient mixed product. He's going to make his mixed drink himself. He's going to sit down at home, make his own mixed drink, and relax and enjoy himself. He's not paying somebody a little extra money to make it himself. At the end of the day, there's two kinds of people. There's the person who buys the product themselves and saves money and makes something themselves, or there's someone who says, I'm going to pay someone else to make something for me. So, like, for example, the people who pay for, like, the pre-made meals, right? The meal prep services, you're paying a premium for that meal prep because you don't want to cook. And it's the same concept when it comes to the drink. Some people will pay for someone else to make them the drink. Some people will just buy the ingredients themselves and make it themselves. So I say more power to you. Whatever your lean is. I mean, I'm the kind of person who makes stuff myself, but I'm also the person who's trying to save money. So, I'll go out and buy my own food and pre-make my own, stuff and then eat it later. That's just, or you buy food that's easy to, put together in the morning and then you bring it with you for lunch. Some people say, I want someone else to make it for me. I don't want to deal with food prep. Teach their own. That's what I say. Keep the messages coming in at 609-403-0973. By the way, Terry in Galloway says, my problem with Buzz Balls is they don't really taste that good. I have a Jimmy Buffett margarita machine, and it's great. Frozen margaritas in seconds. That's Terry in Galloway. Now, see, Terry in Galloway is kind of like the best of both worlds. Terry in Galloway's approach to the mixed drink is the equivalent of the person who gets a coffee maker. That's what that basically is. You're still getting the ingredients yourself, but you got a machine that will help you with the making process. So you see, Terry and Galloway's got the best of both worlds going on here. It's actually a smart job by you, Terry and Galloway. I've never actually tried anyone who had the Jimmy Buffett margarita machine. That's another excellent job by someone for marketing. Jimmy Buffett basically made a bunch of money off of the fact that he's known for Margaritaville. Okay. And he basically went out and said, hey, I'm going to go out there and sell you a machine that helps you make margaritas. It's really a genius idea. I'm going to be like George Foreman. I'm going to sell you a product with my name on it, and you're all going to buy it. Because now we're all thinking about this film. We're all sitting here thinking about Margaritaville. Because Terry and Galloway sat there and talked about the Jimmy Buffett margarita machine. It's also a smart idea because you have to have a machine that can handle different liquids. Like, a coffee making machine is made for like hot water and then running the filter. But like, you can't put alcohol in that thing, you'll destroy the machine. So you have to have a machine that's able to handle the alcohol that's being mixed as well. This is a great idea. Terry and Galloway, props to you for getting the margarita machine. And Terry goes and sends me the machine. Now, the machine looks a little bit like a blender. It's like a combination of like a blender and one of those like Keurig machines. It's like Keurig machine meets blender is the picture I'm looking at. Now, I need to get a closer look at this one. Is that Casamigos tequila? That's a good job by Terry. See, Terry is a legit margarita guy because he's not drinking some cheapo tequila right there. Not the Casamigos is necessarily like really expensive either. I'm gonna turn Jimmy up. Not that Casamigos is necessarily expensive, but it's not like it's like the difference between the person who says, I drink Smirnoff vodka and the person who drinks Kettle One vodka. It's like two completely different people because it's two completely different vodkas. What Terry is saying is, by sending me this picture, I am very specific about having my margarita taste a certain way. And I'm not going to settle for cheap tequila in terms of quality. I'm going to go for a good quality. So here's to you, Terry and Galloway. That's a really smart move by you. You didn't just get the good machine, but you got the machine that is going to mix you with the tequila that's going to actually be probably the best option. Because typically, there's probably about 3 tequilas that probably make the best tasting margaritas. It would be like, Casamigos, Hornitos, and I can see the third one in my mind, but I don't remember the name of it, but I can see the bottle in my mouth. But got one of those like wood corks on the top of it. Yeah, good job by Terry Galloway. I'm impressed. 609-403-09. I wasn't talking about the Eagles here, but you guys got me on a sidetrack with all these happy hour Friday texts. Tom from the Phillies, I got a 12-pack of Yingling, Hershey Porter, and a 6-pack of Tipsy Dipsy from Slack Tie. That's Tom from the Phillies. Tom, if you invited me over to your house, I would probably be more interested in the Tipsy Dipsies of Slack Tie than the Yingling Hershey Porter. I'm assuming that that's like, Yingling kind of like did a collab with like the Hershey company to make a porter. I'm more of the like the coffee porters and the honey porters, stuff like that. I think like that would be something where like Tom, if you offered me like the Yingling Hershey porter, I was taking the pour in a separate cup and I sniffed it first before I, not finish your beer. Although I have drank some pretty bad things over the years. You know, when I did my first beer tour, when I wrote that article a couple years ago at 973 ESPN.com about the breweries to Cape May County, I went to every single brewery. And then this past year, I had to go back to all the breweries because you now have Anglesey Ale Works now in Wildwood, and it wasn't there the first tour that I went on of all the breweries. I gotta say there are a couple of breweries in Cape May County that are not favorites of mine that I did suffer through drinking the flight. So, I wouldn't waste Tom from Villas's beer, but a Yingling Hershey Porter might not be my go-to. Let's put it that way. Tipsy Dipsy from Slack Tide is very good. Slack Tide is arguably one of my favorite breweries in all of South Jersey. So I can't say I've ever had anything from Slack Tide that's bad. I can't say it all. Like, for example, they make the monkey face, but they also make the monkey face with banana down there at Slack Tide. The monkey face with banana down at Slack Tide, that is great. I mean, you got the smooth banana with the brew. That's a great job. So I'm definitely a fan with Slack. Tipsy Dipsy, definitely a good pick from Tom in the Villas. 609-403-0973. Kevin DeCamina says you should have constantly have that song playing in the background every time you do a show. Yeah, Jimmy Buffett. Margaritaville, There you go. That's for Kevin in Canada. Giving out Kevin in Canada called in the request here on 97.3 ESPN, playing you the hit on a happy hour Friday. If my buddy Nick from high school is listening, I know he's laughing right now because I know my buddy Nick. He's a big Jimmy Buffett guy, so I can totally see him rocking out in his work truck if he's listening today. He playing this. This song goes out to Nick P and Kevin from Canada. Jimmy Buffett, Margaritaville. All right, back to 609 403-0973. Terry Galloway says, it took me some time to dial in the perfect margarita, but we're there, baby. I'll have to spin some up for you guys one. Hey, man, I will never say no to a good margarita because that's the difference. Terry, you said the perfect margarita. You go to some establishments, and I've had people order margaritas, and it's just weak. I don't mean weak in terms of like alcohol. I mean weak in terms of like the flavor overlap. Like there's a certain amount of salt that goes on. There's a certain amount of amount that you got to mix those things together because like a margarita is to me, if I can make the analogy, a margarita and like a vodka martini, you can mess those drinks up real easily. Like a solid bartender is not going to mess up, a whiskey and ginger ale. They're not going to mess up a Long Beach iced tea, for example. Not Long Island, Long Beach. I definitely want Long Beach because that's the cranberry juice instead of the Coca-Cola or the Pepsi or whatever your establishment uses. But like a solid bartender is not going to mess up certain drinks because it's just common knowledge. Like back in the day, I would go out and people would be, doing like, stoplight shots or what was the other one? Green apple or Soko sours, what was the other one? Lemon drops, like all of those drinks, like a regular bartender is not going to mess those up, right? Your normal bartender, he's not going to mess up any of those drinks. But someone could definitely mess up a margarita or like a vodka martini or like some of the more like complex whiskey drinks. Curry and Galway is 100% right. It takes some time for you to figure out the perfect mixture. All right, still to come in the hour. I'll get back to the text board. Alex from the Villas, I'll get your text coming up as well. Filling in for Mike Gill, I'm Josh Hennig. You're on 973 ESPN. Coming back to the Phillies. Bob Michael covers the Phillies from Boston Broad. His thoughts on the Phillies at the end of the weekend against the Brewers today on a happy hour Friday. 973 ESPN FM, 973 ESPN. Mobile app is powered by First Bank.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Staples has big savings on everything you need for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on all your school essentials from notebooks to markers. Save on everything you need for travel, like luggage, portable tech, and travel-size personal items. Plus, save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples print and marketing services. And now at Staples, you can save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Tonight, I've got a bonfire at the lake with friends. First, I need a spritz of my off clean feel. My summer style is all about fun and not about... I don't need Mosquito Bite Red clashing with this crochet top. It's purple, it's bright. I could definitely pair it with my amethyst eyeshadow palette. The best part is, ugly mosquitoes won't be messing with my fiery vibes. With Off Clean Feel, I've got 8 hours of not sticky, fragrance-free protection. Get your pre-party protection on with Off Clean Feel. SC Johnson, a family company.
Hey, baseball fans, the BetParx app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParx futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parx Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParxCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parx Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321321. That's ROCK to 321321.
Jim Gaffigan here with some more Straight Talk. Let's take a moment to appreciate our sweet children, loving grandparents, and eternal soulmates. Now let's use them to save money on wireless. Because with the Straight Talk Silver Plan, you get 4 lines for just $25 a month with unlimited data and no contracts. So add those human pawns, loved ones, and save money. Thanks, kids. They're finally worth it. Straight Talk Wireless, available at Walmart.
Get 4 lines on Silver Unlimited for $25 per line per month, plus taxes and fees. For data management practices and additional terms, visit straighttalk.com.
Attention, your money is now controlled by the U.S. government.
Picture a world where your every purchase is monitored, tracked, and controlled by those in power to suppress the freedoms of those they see fit. Hi, my name is Jason Hansen. I'm a former CIA officer and New York Times bestselling author. And right now, I've become very focused on the impending rollout of the central bank digital currency. This is not a work of fiction. It's a terrifying reality looming on the horizon. But there is a bit of good news. I've partnered with Advantage Gold to offer you a solution. They are specialists in converting your traditional assets, like those inside an IRA or 401k, into tangible assets such as physical gold and silver. Don't allow your money to be controlled. Claim your free gold protection kit from Advantage Gold. Call 800-900-8000, 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Call 800-900-8000.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, we have laundry appliances that just fit. They'll fit your space, fit your needs, and with extra large capacity, Samsung laundry pairs can fit more loads in less time. Plus, with free delivery on orders of $396 and up, you won't have to worry about fitting your new laundry pair in the back of your car. Get up to $700 off select appliances like Samsung only at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Pricing valid 8/24 through 9/13. U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
327 on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, I just saw on TV. Can we give a quick, like a 10-second shout out to Chris Fowler? The dude was literally calling a college football game last night in Utah, and now he's at the U.S. Open this afternoon calling tennis games. Whatever that guy's frequent flyer mile situation is, that's got to be an amazing point build up. Can you imagine when that guy goes to redeem points? Like somebody is sitting there being, so you have how many points? And you flew how many miles this year? Okay, Mr. Fowler. Yeah, whatever you say, man. Seriously, the guy was at the U.S. Open, flies to Utah, comes back for the U.S. Open, and he's probably going to be at some college game day tomorrow morning. Like, that guy probably only sleeps on airplanes. The only person who gets probably less sleep is Bob Wankel, because I know he's got a couple kids now. He joins us now on the Elite Acura Hotline on 97.3 ESPN. Bob, how you doing today?
Josh, what's up, man? Yeah, not sleeping a whole lot these days. You got the playoff push, football season's coming, so we're busy on the content side of things right now, that's for sure.
Yeah, but at least you're not traveling to Utah and back in like less than 24 hours. So
no, absolutely not. Although I don't feel too bad for the guy. He's making some pretty good money, and he's seeing some great sporting events right now. So
yeah, he's got a great head of hair too. Fowler's got that going for him as well.
Yes, he does.
Got to respect the hair game there. Bob, I want to start with this because I talked about this in the first hour. I want to bring it up with you here. I'm very excited that Ranger Suarez got activated today because I think that I want to see him this Sunday. I want to hopefully he gets about 4 or 5 starts this month because I think he could be an X factor in the postseason. I think that you have every team in the postseason has at least one left-handed hitter of relevance. You know, the Cubs got Bellinger. You know, the Dodgers got Freeman and Muncy. The Braves got Olsen. Like all these teams got left-handed bats. You're going to see Christian Yelich this weekend in Milwaukee. I mean, he's not as good as he used to be, but he's still a hitter of relevance. So I think having that one lefty in the rotation, Ranger could be a guy to maybe offset some of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's really important that he pitches well this month. And I don't know how much you expect out of him this weekend. I think it's going to be a slow ramp up. I don't think he's going to give you 5 or 6 innings here the first time out, especially with no rehab starts. But, listen, you saw last postseason how versatile he can be. And he started games. He was used for multiple innings out of the bullpen. He recorded key outs. And when you think about what a 3-game series would look like in an NLDS, it's Zach Wheeler game 1. I know a lot of people have their Aaron Nola takes, but he's pitching game 2 if the Phillies are able to line up everything the way that they want to. And you get into a game 3, and I just think when you look at makeup and the Phillies, and Rob Thompson always talks about the slow heartbeat of Ranger Suarez, he is certainly the guy that I think makes the most sense. And on top of that, there are question marks about Michael Lorenzen right now. He has not been sharp since the no-hitter. Taijuan Walker has been okay. You know, he gives you 5-6 innings. He allows 3 earned runs, but the first inning has been a disaster for him this season. You can't put him out there in a playoff game right now and be in danger of falling behind 2-0, 3-0 while he figures it out. And I just don't know how much they trust Christopher Sanchez quite yet. So I do think that Ranger Suarez is the guy and is the X factor, as you called him.
When you think about this team going into the postseason, because you mentioned about Wheeler 1, Nola 2, whether people like it or not, you know, I was saying this a couple of days ago, Bob, to me, I don't need Ranger Suarez 2, actually. I don't need Nola and Wheeler to be perfect in the postseason. But I think that if we can just get a quality start, right, that minimum 6 innings, no more than 3 runs allowed each time, you know, you're going to be in a position to win. And I don't think it's too much to ask Nola and Wheeler to at least give you that each postseason start.
Yeah, I don't think it's unrealistic at all. I think anytime Zach Wheeler takes the ball, you feel really good about what he might potentially give you. And it has been a struggle for Aaron Nola this season. There's no question about it. His past 2 starts, it's the first time all year in which over 2 starts, he's allowed less than 3 earned runs. He hasn't had 2 lights out starts back to back. We've seen them in isolation. He had a really good start back in the beginning of July against the Rays. He was awesome against the Braves for 6 shutout innings back in May. He's had these starts, but he hasn't been able to string them together. And he has here recently, and you hope that he can continue that this weekend when he takes the ball against Milwaukee. And maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, but I still think that the Phillies view it this way. Whether or not you feel great about Aaron Nola in the postseason, he is the most polished after Zach Wheeler. He has the most upside, the most likelihood of being able to deliver that type of start that you're looking for. And you hope that what you saw from this offense, and I'm sure we'll get to this in a minute, but you have to hope that what you saw from this offense is the real Phillies, like the real Phillies lineup. And maybe they're not going to hit 59 home runs in September. Maybe they're not going to have over a 900 OPS, but you hope that they will be able to provide enough punch to offset maybe some of these concerns that you have with the pitching staff right now.
Bob, you mentioned the concern with the pitching staff. I know a lot of people, they're probably still smarting from the loss on Wednesday with Kimbrel giving up the lead in the inning. But to me, I can't be mad at Kimbrel, Bob, because I documented this earlier in the week. Out of his 59 appearances, 5 of them, he's given up 2 or more runs. So basically, the Phillies are 42-12 when Kimbrel comes in the games and he's allowing 1 or less runs. So to me, I'm not worried about Kimbrel in the postseason, but I'm also understanding that, listen, we don't live in the era of the lockdown closer anymore, right? This is not like, there's no Mariano Rivera, Trevor Hoffman, Rob Nen, Billy Wagner, whatever guy you want to throw in there coming out of the bullpen, for goodness sake. So you got to accept that, the majority of the time, you're probably going to win games that Kimbrel is coming in at.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he has been, I think, overall a net positive for the Phillies this season. He's delivered, I think, reasonably to expectation. That being said, you look at his June and July. So in June, opposing hitters batted 133 against him, July 116. That jumped up to 250 in August. His whip was like 0.65 in both June and July. It's 1.2 in August. So he was not sharp in the month of August. There have been some concerns about him fading down the stretch in recent years. He has not looked this sharp. He was up on Tuesday night in a game where he didn't need to be. Then he was used on Wednesday. He had been used 2 days prior to Tuesday. So he's had a lot of activity lately. And I think the Phillies are going to be very careful with how much they use him in the month of September to make sure that he's as strong as possible heading into October. Right now, there is a little bit of a hold your breath element to Craig Kimbrel. And as you said, there are not that many lockdown guys. He has, for the most part, been pretty good. But I think the frustration for fans would be, you go back to the Giants series last Wednesday. They have this heroic Harper home run to tie the game in the 9th. Kimbrel comes in, 3 runs, gives up, wasn't sharp. That was a tough loss. They could have swept the Giants. Fast forward to this series against the Angels. They have an opportunity to sweep. Bryce Harper delivers, I think, one of the 5 most memorable moments in Citizens Bank Park regular season history. And then 10 minutes later, he's surrendering the lead. Like, those are tough losses to swallow. But, overall, I think you feel okay about him, but certainly you want to see him be a little bit more sharp and look more like the guy that he was in June and July and less like the guy he was in August.
You mentioned not using him too much down the stretch. Is part of that getting a little more Alvarado involved in some of these games? Because I know they've been kind of easing him in the month of August. So do you maybe use him as a ramp up, and then take a little pressure off of Kimbrel down the stretch here?
Yeah, he's a guy that's been on the injured list twice this year. I think they want to be really cautious with him as well. And there might be nights where, you're looking at them trying to protect a 1-run lead in the 9th inning, and you're seeing somebody like Hoffman come into the game, and you're going, well, what are we doing here? Like,
he's having a good year, Hoffman, so you can't be mad at it.
Yeah, it's not anything against a pitcher like him in particular, but I think that they really want to be careful with workload. They have been all year. Some of these guys have gotten a little bit more work here recently because they've been trying to protect a lot of late leads. So I do think it's going to be something that they're very aware of and very cautious with down the stretch. And you look at the game on Wednesday, and it's not all on Craig Kimbrel. Certainly, Garrett Stubbs would have liked to have the wild pitch strike 3 back. I kind of put that on him, to be honest with you. And Gregory Soto was not good in that game. Sir Anthony Dominguez couldn't put out a fire when he had an opportunity. So all 3 of those guys really kind of struggled in that game on Wednesday. And listen, one thing that's really interesting is if you look at the entire month of August, the Phillies go 17-10. Doesn't it feel, Josh, like every loss that they have is kind of like a gut punch or one that makes you want to rip your hair out? And in a way, I think that's a credit to the Phillies. They go 17-10. If you look at every single loss they had, there was one game the entire month that they were not in, and it was the Saturday night game against the Twins where Pablo Lopez and the Twins won 8-1. Otherwise, it was all games they lost late, lost by a run. Like, this team is ultra competitive. They're in every single game.
Yeah, that 8-1 was also the same night as the Eagles' first preseason game.
It was.
So
yes, it was.
A lot of people didn't have a lot of sting for that. A lot of people were just like, whatever. What are the Eagles doing? Who's Tanner McKee? Like, that's what happened that night.
Yeah, it was Jalen Carter had a tackle for loss. Who cares about the Phillies?
Right, exactly. So. For one night, nobody cared about the Phillies this summer. Bob Wankel joining us on the Elite Acura Hotline here on 97.3 ESPN at Bob_Wankel on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days. Bob, let me get to this because you mentioned Sir Anthony Dominguez. I mean, what is going on with this guy? Because he looks lost, dazed, and confused. Like, I know he has technically better numbers than Soto and Covey, but like physically on the mound, he does not look right. I don't know if it's mental or if it's physical, but like, how concerned are you about that guy? We are basically a month ahead of the postseason.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, honestly, the reason the Phillies, you talk about the Rhys Hoskins home runs and Bryce Harper being big and Kyle Schwarber being big last postseason. They got big time performances on the mound from Nola, Wheeler, Eflin. Like, I know, right? But Sir Anthony Dominguez was so important to that run through October last year. And you just felt like every time he touched the ball that he was going to get the job done for you. And right now, when he comes into the game, like you do hold your breath a little bit. I mean, there's just no question about it. And, I mean, look at the ERA and like you say, it's not that bad. Like, you look at the ERA in August and it's not that bad, but there were some inherited runners that scored. He kind of got dinked and dunked a little bit the other day on Wednesday, but he just looks a little bit off. Like, he hasn't thrown as many strikes. His strikes haven't been as high quality. And he's just looked a little bit vulnerable out there. So, again, like if you look at his numbers, he's got a 3.82 ERA this year. You look at his numbers by month and it almost blows you away. I mean, he in 11 appearances in the month of August had a 0.96 ERA, but I mean, it just does not feel like he was that effective. And you look at the whip, a lot of base runners, 1.29 whip. So The ERA, great, but it doesn't tell the whole story with him. And he's a guy in September that I think you're really keying in on. Like if you're ranking out the 5 Phillies that you need to see have a big September, I think he's certainly in that mix.
Flipping over to the offense, Bob, I want to ask you a question I asked earlier. How much of what we saw in August with the offense, and you're not going to get 59 home runs this month. I'm not expecting that. But how much of the general production and the general positiveness with the offense, how much is that carryable this month and into the postseason?
Well, I think there's definitely some potential to carry over. I mean, I think Kyle Schwarber has a chance to finish with 45 home runs. Bryce Harper was just out of his mind in the month of August, especially towards the end. Trey Turner looked like the Trey Turner that we saw from 2016 to 2022. You'd like to think that what you saw from him this past month was real, just because of the track record. And, Bryson Stott and the Alec Boehms of the world, like they continue to be solid offensive pieces for this team. I don't expect 59 home runs. I don't expect them to score 6.5 runs per game the way they did last month. But I do think what you would like to see is them produce against good pitching staffs. And the Angels have some guys. It's not like the Angels pitching staff was terrible. It's not like the Giants pitching staff was terrible. The Giants have some pretty intriguing arms, especially in that bullpen. So, and they scored some runs against those teams. But when you get into a series like Milwaukee, it will be interesting to see what they do this weekend. Like Freddie Peralta tonight, who they'll see, pretty good. He's not great, but he's pretty good. They won't see Corbin Burns, I don't believe, this weekend. But that Milwaukee bullpen's very good. Like they're a top 10 team in baseball in terms of team ERA. You'd like to see the Phillies be able to do something on the road against a better pitching staff. You'd like to see them in the 7 games they see Atlanta this month perform against the Braves pitching staff, because you'll probably run into them in October, and then the 3 with the Marlins. But the rest of this month, man, like to answer your question, you're going to see the Mets 7 times, the Pirates 3 times, a dreadful St. Louis team 3 times. Like they're going to see some bad pitching again in September, and you'd think that they'd be able to take advantage of it.
When you think about the lineup, because you mentioned Harper and his hot streak, but a lot of fans, they're finally joining the Trey Turner bandwagon, right? And I mentioned this, I was co-hosting with Ryan Rossi a couple of days ago, and I mentioned him, like, did you see that Trey Turner smile on his face? Like, the dude looks like he's just enjoying baseball again. And, like, to me, that's the biggest deal. Like, I think that Trey Turner, he was pressing so much earlier in the year. And now you see, Bob, he looks like he's having fun. And that's got to, translate for a guy. Even if he doesn't hit, like, bonkers like he did last month, you got to think that positive vibe and that positive mentality. And, like, he's even enjoying everything. Harper hits a home run, he's smiling. He hits a home run, he's smiling. Guys do well around him, he's smiling. Like, the guy looks like he actually is enjoying what he's doing again.
There's no question about it. The other night he slid into third base and he threw up the 3 goggles. I don't know if you saw that. He flipped the flipped the thumb and the index finger over his eyes, and he's feeling it right now. There you go. And I mean, there's something to be said for that. And I think that when you have the month that he had, he says, okay, that's the player I am. Right? Like he hit 324 in August. The OPS was almost like 1,000. He hit 9 home runs. Like he was the player that everyone expected to see. And I think from a human standpoint, yes, he's having more fun and yes, he's more relaxed, but it probably reached a point where he was getting into the batter's box and every poor at bat was like a referendum on his contract. Am I worth 11 years? Am I worth $300 million? This team is struggling to be what it's supposed to be, struggling offensively. I'm letting my teammates down. Like, there's no question. I mean, any human being, no matter how confident you are, at some point the doubt starts to creep in. And so now I think that this month has allowed him to just play the game. Is he going to repeat what he did in August? Probably not. But I don't think that he has to worry about carrying the weight of that contract and the weight of all these expectations and disappointment on his shoulders. You just go out and play the game now. I think that's really big.
Bob, before I let you go, I want to ask you about something because, I know you covered the Phillies for Crossing Broad. You got the Crossed Up Phillies podcast. But you also do other stuff with the content for Crossing Broad. I want to ask you this. Bryce Harper, his popularity in Philadelphia is getting to a level that I don't think a lot of people maybe realize, like in big picture, because like that 2008 team, like Chase Utley, Ryan Howard, Jimmy Rollins, they were popular, but like they all kind of like shared the popularity. Harper is like another level to me of like superstar popularity. Like he is almost like Allen Iverson level in this city. Like, what is your take on Harper and his level right now? Because like you could argue that like the Eagles are number one in the city. Bryce Harper might be not the Phillies. Bryce Harper might be number two.
I agree with you. It's interesting. Bryce Harper picked Philadelphia. That's the difference. Like, so as much as everyone loves Chase Utley, I mean, I grew up in love with those guys, with Ryan Howard, Chase Utley, Jimmy Rollins. Like, I am that fan. That was like my high school, college age years of fandom. But Bryce Harper was a guy that could have gone a lot of different places and made a lot of money elsewhere. And he chose Philadelphia. And not only did he choose Philadelphia, but he has delivered since being here. An MVP, an NLCS MVP, an all-time moment in the playoffs to send them to the World Series last year. World Series home runs. And then call it pandering, call it awareness, call it whatever you want. He's a guy that has taken every opportunity to say everything positive he can about this fan base, this city, how much he loves the organization. And I personally believe, like I was there the other day on Wednesday after he hit the 300th home run. I was 3 feet away from him. Is he aware of his ability to impact and maybe manipulate the media and the fan base to a degree? And I don't mean that in a negative way. Like, I think he's very aware of his words and the weight they carry, but I think that there's true sincerity in what he says. Like, I think he loves playing here. I really do. So I think that there is a genuine sense about his words. And when you look at the production, the player he is, the ability to own the big moment time and time again, I think he is certainly the most popular player in the city right now, though Jalen Hurts, I think, is right there with him. And you look at all time, like the last 20 years of Phillies, like I don't know that Utley, Howard, and Rollins, because that was diluted a little bit in terms of sharing the popularity on those teams. I don't know that Harper isn't more popular. And certainly when you talk about a guy that has yet to win a championship and having that type of popularity, he's way past everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, if he keeps playing it the way he does and he doesn't win a championship, it's basically just going to be like him and Brian Dawkins at this point.
I totally agree with that. And think about if he does. Like, imagine a world in which the Phillies win the World Series here, whether it's this season or next season, and he has the podium and he has the opportunity to get in front of this city and say what he is going to say. I mean, it's going to be an all-timer, man.
I mean, if he wins a championship, he's like a 5-time greatest athlete in the city, right? Like he's got to be in that category.
Yeah, I'll actually do you one better. I know a lot of people are talking about his legacy and is he a Hall of Famer or will he be a Hall of Famer? I think you could make a strong argument that if it ended now, that he's probably in the Baseball Hall of Fame. 300 home runs, multiple MVPs, Rookie of the Year, the impact that he's had on the game, the consistency in his numbers. Like I don't know if it's first ballot, but I think you could make the case right now that he's in.
I think the multiple MVPs is probably like the bigger linchpin for me, at least, because in today's game, like numbers are so like distorted and everything with what they used to be. It's hard to compare the numbers from guys today to maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago, but getting multiple MVPs, like that's like another category unto itself.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, you watch the way things have unfolded here the past few weeks and you almost wonder if he didn't get a late start on this season, would he have been having an MVP year right now? Like, would he be in the mix with a Betts or a Freeman or an Acuna? Right. You know, like I think he'd be right there. Maybe not win it, but he'd be in that top 5 conversation.
I mean, last time I saw, he was plus 2,000 to win NL MVP. So,
hey, listen, if he hits 18 home runs this month, man, that's it. I wouldn't put it past him. I'll put it to you that way.
Poor Freddie Freeman. Everyone ignores him because he's on the same team with Mookie Betts, and it's like, and then here comes Bryce Harper, just like blasting away. He could run away with everybody.
Truly amazing. It really is.
He's Bob Wankel, covers the Phillies for Crossing Broad at Bob_Wankel over there on the Twitter X platform, and check out the Crossed Up Phillies podcast. And Bob, you got the new email newsletter you're doing. It's called what? Red October?
Yeah, redoctoberphilly.com. And you can just go there and subscribe to that. Much appreciated for the shout there. And thanks for having me, Josh.
Well, I'm shouting you because I'm subscribed. So, I mean,
I much appreciated. Much
So,
appreciated.
I mean, if I'm using it, other people should use it, right? You know, that's the pitch.
It's quite the endorsement.
Rob, appreciate you jumping on. Have a good weekend.
All right, talk soon.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. See how we'll wrap up the hour coming up on the other side.
From the beach
The beaches are open, and people are having a wonderful time.
to the ballpark.
Swing and a high fly ball. Left field. That one is back. Gone. Harper delivers.
We've got you covered. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Your palace awaits. Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live. Download today and register using code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or West Virginia. Minimum wagering within 7 days required to unlock bonuses. Full terms and wagering requirements at CaesarsPalaceOnline.com/promos. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. In West Virginia, all games regulated by the West Virginia Lottery. Please play responsibly.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. This is your dentist. Do me a favor and feel the front of your teeth. How grimy are they? Ugh. It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is the buildup of plaque bacteria that can cause cavities in just months. You need to switch to Crest Pro Health. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. So pick some up on the way home. Smile. Crest has you covered.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details. Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
We have exciting news to share with New Jersey residents. WellCare of New Jersey is now Fidelis Care. We're the health plan you know, with a new name and look. If you've been a WellCare of New Jersey member, nothing is changing. You have the same benefits and services you rely on, and can continue to see the primary care doctors and specialists you trust in our New Jersey network, close to home. If you're a member and we haven't spoken in a while, now's a great time to give us a call and make sure your contact information is up to date. And if you're a New Jersey resident who needs health insurance for yourself or a family member, you can count on us for quality, affordable coverage. We're here for you and your family, just like we've always been. Call 1-888-453-2534, TTY 711, or visit fideliscarenj.com. WellCare of New Jersey is now Fidelis Care. New name and look, same benefits and care.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to mattblattkianj.com for more details. That's mattblattkianj.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Black Kia.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the hour here at a Happy Hour Friday. Alex from the Villas chimed in a little bit earlier, said, Josh, I'm enjoying a nice blueberry fluff sour from Axe and Arrow Brewing. That's from Alex in the Villas. Well, Alex, I've had Axe and Arrow Brewing before. They usually have some pretty good stuff. I've never had the blueberry fluff sour, though. I would have to try that. I found that there are a few breweries that do the blueberry pretty good and some that are a hit or miss. So I would definitely like to try that at some point. So Axe and Arrow Brewing blueberry fluff sour. Sounds interesting. All right, back to the football. Coming up next, Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. I'm Josh Hennig, filling for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Klemick joins me in the studio. Hour 1, we'll hear from a 12-year NFL veteran who won a Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens, quarterback Tony Banks, on his career, and Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts. Hour 2, it's the sportsbook consigliere Dave Sharapin. He checks in from Vegas with his big picks for this weekend's action. Plus, don't miss the locker room's big announcement where we'll be this football season. All that and more. It's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
Your relationship just isn't what it used to be. You need more independence. Maybe it's time that you break up. With your cell phone, that is. How to Break Up with Your Phone is the title of the book by award-winning journalist Catherine Price. The book covers how phones and apps are designed to be addictive and how the time we spend on them can affect our ability to focus, think deeply, and pay attention to the people and world around us. She details the 30-day challenge to help us get control of our phone obsession. The point isn't to get rid of our phone, it's to create a healthier relationship with it. Some tips to get started: cut down on phone use before bed since it can disrupt sleep, limit notifications, and don't check your phone when eating with others. I'm Robin Stoloff for Health Update.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, the longest-running health series in New Jersey, keeping you healthy since 1986. Nutrition, fitness, wellness, and daily tips to help you learn more, live better.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking. With top brand appliances, like a new LG refrigerator capable of making 4 different types of ice. Or an LG oven with built-in air fryer for healthier, crispier options. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online, your innovative new appliances are also just a click away. Get up to $700 off select appliances, plus an extra $1,000 off LG kitchen appliances, only at the Home Depot. Pricing valid 8/24 through 9/13, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Summertime, baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. It's a great time of year. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. Get in on the action all summer long, whether you're on the beach, the boat, or the boardwalk. Bet while you're on the lake and the Poconos. BetParx has you covered. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app right now. Check out live in-game betting, same-game parlays, teasers, and more. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances. Bet hits, home runs, and strikeouts in baseball. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. Get in on the action all summer long. BetParx has you covered. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies bodies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321321. That's ROCK to 321321.
Are you already doing digital advertising sales? Do you know all about targeted displays, social media marketing, the latest in SEM, and behavioral targeting? If so, you could be Town Square Media's new advertising sales star. We are looking for passionate sales professionals to join our media and digital advertising team. If consulting and connecting local businesses with their ideal audience for growth sounds exciting, well, let's have a conversation about you working for Town Square Media. Right now is the perfect time to join our team as an advertising account executive. Our comp package is amazing with unlimited earning potential, including base salary, mobile phone, auto package, 401k match, and more, along with world-class training and plenty of room for growth. If you're competitive, driven, and have the ability to communicate great ideas, we want to hear from you. Reach out to Michael Rubel, Market President, at 609-910-5249, or visit careers.townsquaremedia.com. Town Square Media is an equal opportunity employer.
The voice of sports in South Jersey. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
You guys are the #1 sports station.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station. Serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan.
I have real confidence that our football operations can once again create a dominant football team.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on a Friday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, Football at 4 with Adam Kaplan, Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, at Kaplan NFL over on the Twitter X platform. And, of course, today's Football at 4 being brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to the Gallery, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more info, visit oceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Adam Kaplan is back as we're finally past the beta version of the roster, Adam, and things are really starting to take shape for the 2023 season. How you doing on this Friday?
I'm glad to be with you, Josh. Yeah, and look, they did some interesting things. I mean, it's kind of funny. Moshe and I have talked to some people we know from around the league, and they kind of laugh like, and one guy said to us this week, why in the world would they keep 7 corners? Well, the Eagles like to keep their own players, and that's just look. It's unorthodox. It's not the way it's done, and they don't like to cut their draft picks. They like to at least let them get through a season or two, then make a decision on them. Why are they keeping 70 tackles? They have a good rotation going, but they're probably going to be 2 guys who sit every week. But that's just what they're going to do, for at least for now. Now, it doesn't mean they won't cut anyone from their defense at some point this season. But as you said, beta version, now we have the initial, and I call it the initial 53-man roster. And now we can kind of compare and contrast, because I know a lot of people are looking at that. That's the big thing with this football team, Josh. Is it better than last year's team? We certainly can go through that.
So one of the questions people have is, like you just said, can the roster be better? Because they do have, Adam, 7 new starters. Yeah. That in and of itself is definitely something I think people have been focused on this offseason.
From a macro standpoint, it would be hard to. They've lost so many starters. Now, they would tell you, in most cases, they made the choice to walk away from these players and not offer them a deal, or they didn't like what the agent wanted and the player wanted, so they decided not to go there. So some of it's a decision by the club. But overall, look, this is a Super Bowl team, and they lost 7 starters. But there are some situations, Josh, and we'll go through this, where they're probably going to be better or have the potential to be better, which is maybe not what we thought going into training camp. The reason why I want to talk about this today is because there's certain things that we ran this by some people around the league of look at the Eagles roster. And I know, I talked to some people with the Browns when they were in, and I remember I noted on our show last year after the Eagles practiced with the Browns, and I was there in Bree, Ohio. So when the Browns told me, he goes, "This looks like a Super Bowl team," and I kind of laughed. I'm like, "Are you sure about that? Where are you getting this?" He goes, "It's obvious. Do you see?" He goes, "We just worked against them. They kicked our butt, and they just thought that the Eagles had a great roster." Now we fast forward, Josh, to now, and this is a really good roster, but there are some differences.
Well, one of the differences that you mentioned, some of the changes might be for the better. You go from Miles Sanders being the quote-unquote primary back to now a legitimate running back by committee. So could the combination of Gainwell, Swift, and Penny potentially be better than just one guy and Miles Sanders?
I was skeptical when this was brought up to me back in May, but you know what? Watching it in training camp and seeing how incredibly dynamic DeAndre Swift was with the limited touches he got in camp, because they sort of put him in bubble wrap and just wanted to get him to the regular season. We have not seen a back like this, and I don't know how long. I mean, maybe Brian Westbrook. Obviously, they're two completely different players. But in terms of the passing game and what he can do and how he can line up outside and beat a linebacker easily in coverage, he's so smooth. Like, that's one way. And, they stopped throwing to Sanders. Sanders had 50 receptions, I believe, it is rookie season. It just went down every year, and they just didn't really throw to him anymore last year. Very, very, very little. Gainwell with his short yardage role, which nobody knew about when they drafted him out of Memphis, but he's become more of a grinding back, and Penny, the home run hitter. And Boston Scott, the jack of all trades, highest paid back on the roster. So Josh, yes, it does have the potential based on what you were alluding to, because what we call this a specialty backfield, that holds true. That has not changed since training camp started. We just didn't know exactly how it would break down, but now we have a good idea. And yeah, I would say it has a chance to be better. I know that some people say, wait a minute, Sanders had 11 touchdowns where he didn't have any the year before. He had a very good, he had a career year. There's no question. But it's the sum of the parts. I'm going to say that it's going to be better somehow.
The other position on offense are replacing no more Isaac Seumalo, who Isaac Seumalo was here for years. He played multiple positions on the line, and now he's no longer here, and now it's Cam Jurgens. So what do you think, Adam, that transition is going to be like when we actually see it play out in real games?
Yeah, this is one where you just talked about in passing here how it's got to play in real games here. That's a big deal because the starters didn't play in the preseason. This would worry me a little bit. He's not a natural guard. He's a natural center. You're going to have to see how he handles the power game. I know the Browns, they did very well on the first day of the joint practice. They handled Jurgens. Jurgens did not. He just didn't handle the power of the Browns D-line, and they was much better the second day. This is one, Josh, that I'm a little bit, I don't want to say skeptical, but it's kind of a wait and see. And it's kind of, we have to see how he does, and and if he has a game where he doesn't play well, how he rebounds. But remember, Josh, he only played he only played center 2 years at Nebraska. It was a tight end before that. So let's not forget, this is only his fourth season as an offensive lineman, and now he's at a position where he's had limited experience. So there are going to be some tough sledding here, but he's their guy, and they're not going to walk away from this. He's going to be Kelsey's replacement long term, but for right now, he's the right guard.
Talk with Adam Kaplan, NFL Insider, InsideTheBirds.com, Inside the Birds podcast at Kaplan NFL on the Twitter X platform, joining us on the Elite Acura hotline. The other starters are replacing Adam. The rest of them are on defense. Let's start with inside linebacker. Now, TJ Edwards, Kazir White, that was the linebacker tandem net last year. Totally different this year. Now you got Nakobe Dean and Zach Cunningham.
This might be a little bit profound, but I've thought about it this week, and we know Zach Cunningham did really well. On the surface, people will think this is preposterous. How could they possibly be better? Then TJ Edwards, who really came on after a slow start to his career as an undrafted free agent, great story of development. He's getting over $6 million a year with the Bears. And Kaiser White was a great find for them, particularly in coverage. In the second half of the season, late last season, he dropped off. But I'd say this: Nakobe Dean is a supremely talented linebacker. We know you wonder about the physicality with him, and he had some injuries. He was able to play through it at Georgia, but there's some worry about his size and Zach Cunningham with the injuries. I'm not giving up the fact that this could be actually better over time, not initially, but as the season progresses, because Zach Cunningham gives them size that they have not had at linebacker. Now, here's the one area where you worry about it. Teams will target him. He's playing a position. He's really not. He doesn't have much experience as a weak side linebacker in a 34 front, which they play. this is where I think on early downs with tight ends, they'll probably go after him. But if he could hold up against the pass, Josh, this might surprise people. It actually could be better. I know some people say there's no way, but let's just see what happens, because Zach Cunningham is all the way back physically, and Nakobe Dean is super gifted. Let's just see how this works out.
Really quick, Adam, when you say it could be better, is it one of those deals where it might be like, hey, it might not be all it could be week 1 and 2, but by the time you get to like 11 and 12, they're really hitting their stride?
Yeah, I mean, Zach Cunningham for a while was one of the best inside linebackers in football. Was a 43 or 34. He's a tremendous tackler. He's physical. He's a leader. Good football player. He's just been hurt the last couple of years. And he didn't – look, it's one of these situations where he didn't get a real good deal because he signed late. He was cut by the Titans. And he clearly won that weak side job over Christian Ellis and Miles Jack, who wound up retiring. So you're right, Josh. Let's just see how this plays out. I'm not willing to give up that, because I know some teams were skeptical about Zach Cunningham, what he had left. But he moves so well. I was at all 3 joint practices. I was at it just turned out to be, I happened to be home off my training camp tour for a bunch of his practices. I was pleasantly surprised at how good he looks. And let's not forget, again, he's pretty long. He's one of the biggest linebackers they've had in years.
Let's go to safety now. This is a position that I've been asking a million questions about, Adam, because last year, Howie Roseman made that trade for C.J. Gardner-Johnson. You had Marcus Epps, what it felt like for like 5-6 years on the roster. Both of them are gone now. Now it's Reed Blankenship and who?
Exactly. That right now, Terrell Edmonds has it. We've called it 1 and 1A between Edmonds and Evans, but we know C.D. Brown at some point is going to start this season. Yeah, on paper, obviously, what they had was better last season. Marcus Epps was a great story of development, being claimed off waivers. I think it was waivers from. I know it came from the Vikings, whether the practice squad or waivers, whatever the case may be. Over time, he turned to be a great find for the Eagles, and he signed a nice free agent contract with the Raiders. And then, obviously, Gardner-Johnson was. I mean, he probably was going to lead the NFL in interceptions. And the way I understand it was, he's kind of a guy, Josh, that you really can't teach what he does. Like, his ability to track the football is kind of amazing. And I know that talking to the Lions, and I was with them 2 weeks ago when they hosted the Jaguars for 2 days, they're really happy with him. And he's loud, he's brash, but he backs it up. But look, it's interesting because Blankenship, Josh, really, not only did he have he had a bunch of interceptions. He's not the athlete that Gardner-Johnson is. Gardner-Johnson's not a supreme athlete, but he's a better athlete. He moves better than Blankenship. Blankenship's bigger physically. So we'll see how that works out. But Blankenship's been another great find for the Eagles as an undrafted free agent. But he's going to play post safety now as a first and second level defender. They've got Edmonds, they've got Brown, and they've got Evans. They'll have to Jimmy rig this and see how it works out. But it's going to be a downgrade. There's no question. Now, over time, C.D. Brown is he could change the game a little bit because it's a physicality. It's just how our team's going to target him when he gets on the field. That would be a challenge.
Now, the safety position, at least in my mind, Adam, is also connected to corner because they're both in the same part of the defense. The Eagles, what about the depth behind the big 3 of Slay, Bradbury, and Maddox? Because last year, you seemingly had more experience in that depth. Well,
here's the thing. McPherson being out for the season with his torn Achilles, Josh Jobe is clearly the 3. He would have McPherson would have been the 4th outside corner. They cross-trained him to do that. That's no longer the case. Right now, they don't know who their 4th outside corner would be. Mario Goodrich would be the backup slot. We know Justin Evans could do it as well. Eli Ricks may or may not dress. Ringo may or may not dress. He had more of a down than up camp. They have players, Josh, but again, as I maintain, I continue to say this, depth is not how many guys you have. It's how confident are you to put these guys on the football field to do their job. We know Slay and Bradbury are terrific. Jobe is a great story of development. Give the Eagles a more credit again. Another undrafted free agent. It's pretty remarkable. But after that, Josh, you do worry now. That here's the thing, though. Someone from another team told me who knows Josh Jobe very well from scouting that area. You do worry about him because he was an undrafted free agent. If he had to start, let's say he had to start 3 or 4 games, how could he handle it? Because would be a big step up for him. But remember now, the guy that was supposed to win it, Greedy Williams, got cut, and by the way, he still is not signed with the football team.
Speaking of depth at corner, what about the depth on the defense as a whole? Because right now, you only have 3 linebackers, primary linebackers on the roster, and you got I know it's 7 D tackles, but it feels like a million, compared to the linebackers.
People, around the league have kind of laughed at this, but as I explained to one personnel guy who knows the Eagles pretty well because he has this team as a pro advance. I said, you got to understand the way they think. They love having a rotational defensive line. They've always had one. They've got incredible depth. No one's worrying about losing Javon Hargrave. I've not heard, to be honest with you, Josh, I've not heard any complaints about Jalen Carter or just going with younger players next to Fletcher Cox. It's actually been a good thing. But as you said, Josh, to close this out, they only have 3 inside linebackers on the roster. And Vince Sumerman was terrific on special teams, but the reason I was told the teams didn't claim him, he had a guarantee in his contract. Teams they didn't want to pay him that guarantee because they didn't know how long he'd be on the roster. So he's back. Now, the question would be, because he's the only true inside linebacker, Josh, right now off on their practice squad, how will they handle game day? Because Mosher had a great point about he had heard Patrick Johnson play inside linebacker in the final preseason game, so maybe he's the 4th inside linebacker. But that certainly would be a concern because they have no experience in back of the 2 starters here with Cunningham and Dean. And obviously Dean's a first-time starter here, so it's going to look different, Josh. There's no question about it. And don't forget, Hassan Reddick just started to come back to practice. He'll play with something on that broken thumb that was repaired. So this is it's going to look a little different, and folks have to be patient, and we'll see what it looks like against the Patriots next Sunday.
He's Adam Kaplan at Kaplan NFL on the Twitter X platform. Inside the Birds podcast. Like, subscribe, download it, give it the 5-star review, and he joined us today on the Elite Acura Hotline. Adam, great stuff. Enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
And of course, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, is being brought to you by the Gallery Bar Booking Games and Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Go to the Gallery, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more information, visit oceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, a couple things I want to take away from what Adam said right here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday edition of 97.3 ESPN. A couple things he mentioned is that what do the Eagles do at the end there? What do they do on game day? I think that is going to be our biggest talking point as we go into this first game because, I said it tongue-in-cheek yesterday with John McMullen. You can't call the whole practice squad up. You can't. It's not like you can sit there and be like, everybody who's there, let's go to the game. No, you only can call a couple of guys up each and every week. So unless you're planning to make another roster change before the start of the season, like, for example, if you decide to put somebody on the injured list or you decide to cut somebody who's currently on the roster and then put somebody else onto the roster from the practice squad, how are you going to handle game day? You can't go into an NFL game with just 3 linebackers and just 4 wide receivers. You need more than that. So what are you going to do if you're the Eagles? And I think what they do is going to tell you a lot about the game plan each and every week. Look, Sean Desai is a very different defensive coordinator than John Gannon. We've discussed this multiple times here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Sean Desai may run a similar visual scheme that Gannon does, but the execution of that scheme, that is what is different. Because remember, Sean Desai's 3 main coaches he has worked for, okay? The number 1 coach for the longest time was Vic Fangio, all right? Gannon never worked for Vic Fangio. Sean Desai did. So you're talking about a guy in Sean Desai that had multiple years in a specific system in Chicago. So he's very, very, very familiar with that style of defense. And Vic Fangio is very different than Jonathan Gannon's main mentor, which was Mike Zimmer. Zimmer and Fangio's approaches defensively are extremely different. in terms of mentality. That's why, Mike Zimmer, he's from the Parcells tree. Vic Fangio, he's a guy who has worked with people like, like a John, John Fox, for example. Vic Fangio was in San Francisco, in the early 2010s, right? Well, who was the head coach for the 49ers at that time? It was Jim Harbaugh. Well, Harbaugh is a grind you out, put your face in the mud kind of head coach. If you've ever watched him, how he calls things at Stanford and with San Francisco, now Michigan in college. Well, Fangio's background is with coaches who like to get in your face. Okay. That was his background as a DC. A lot of his years, those are the kind of coaches, these, tough-minded, grinding coaches. Well, that's Sean Desai's main guy he's worked with in his career. And then the other parts of Sean Desai's career, who did he deal with? Well, he had Chuck Pagano when Fangio left to be the Denver head coach. Well, Pagano is also different than the other guy that Gannon worked with, Matt Eberflus. Pagano is a cerebral guy. Eberflus is more of like a gut feel guy. So you're going from a guy in Fangio who is in your face, I'm going to take the game to you, to a Pagano who is trying to play chess with you. So Desai had those two guys over his shoulder in Chicago for many years. And then last year, who is he with? Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll is all energy, all the time, football lifer guy. That's Sean Desai's NFL experience. That's so different. So you're not going to see this team execute a defense the exact same way that Gannon did, even though structurally it's going to be a similar defense. I think that's why I'm curious to see, how do they use the safeties? Okay, you got 3 linebackers on the roster. Who do you call up for the practice squad? Is it Ben Van Sumeren because of special teams? Do you potentially cut or, take off of the roster one of the D tackles, and then use one of the linebackers and put him in there? Do you go with a lot of linebacker sets where it's 2 linebackers or 1 linebacker? In Chicago, it was a very heavy 2 linebacker scheme many years with Desai, Fangio, and Pagano in Chicago. The league is going to the more 2 linebacker, 1 linebacker setup, right? Well, what does Sean Desai do? I think what he does with this game day game plan is going to impact what they do with this roster going forward. I think that is going to be a huge part of the conversation because their effectiveness on game day is going to have to depend on depth because no team is ever 100% healthy for a season. So if something happens, Adam Kaplan mentioned it, Zach Cunningham has been injured in the past. Are we concerned at all that the injury concerns may come back? Do you believe that Christian Ellis is good enough of a linebacker to fill in for Zach Cunningham? If something happened to Fletcher Cox, are we 100% sure that Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis, the combination, are up to speed enough to fill that void? Or do we have to hope Kentavious Street is a guy that can help out there? Josh Sweat, Hassan Reddick, if anything happens to those guys, are we confident that Nolan Smith and Kyron Johnson can step up in those edge rusher roles? Darius Slay, James Bradbury. If something happens to those guys, we got Josh Jobe. He's good, but he's not Bradbury or Slaley yet. And we know every year Avonte Maddox gets injured. Mario Goodrich is his backup. Or are you okay with kicking Justin Evans out of safety to nickel corner and then asking somebody else to play safety this year? A lot of questions about what could happen with this team. I'll keep you updated, all of it, right here on 973 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you at Happy Hour Friday. We'll get back to text board as well this hour at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank. Coming up next, sound of the day, 3 of the topics of the college football weekend. We will get what the analysts are saying about college football news this weekend, and I'll give you my reaction to those topics coming up next here on the first day of September, Labor Day weekend. This is 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for Eagles football, college football, NFL primetime games, and more. Right here on 97.3 ESPN.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Sail into summer in New Jersey, where sea breezes drift along iconic sunny shores. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Take time out to breathe in the great outdoors. Treat yourself, shop, dine, dive into history, the arts and culture. From dazzling winning cities to charming towns in the countryside. Find it all at visitnj.org.
Ruthie, our last summer barbecue is this weekend, and it has to be epic.
Well, Total Wine has this new reposado that'll rock your barbecue. And my favorite Cabernet will make your famous ribs even famous-er.
Yes, just what my last summer barbecue needed.
Wow, and at those low prices, they'll be great for my first fall barbecue.
Ooh, I'll trade you my famous ribs recipe for one of yours.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Summertime. Baseball and golf season are in full swing, plus so much more. BetParx is an official betting operator of the PGA Tour. Plus, the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app follows you to the shore and the mountains. It's all right in the palm of your hand. Odds, bets, slots, and games. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in Sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Parks.
This is how you roll. This is how it goes. This is how you pop. This is how you rock. Take a chance, do a dance, little romance. This is how you. This is how you win. This is how you excite. This is how you all night. 360 hit me. Now we're going all in. I can feel it calling. The crowd, the light, the night, the sights, the vibe is right.
Parks, Pennsylvania's #1 casino experience. This is how you win.
Exit 6 off the New Jersey Turnpike. Must be 21. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Every business deserves a great deal. That's why, for a limited time, we're launching the Mobile Made Free event. With Comcast Business Internet, new and existing customers can get 1 year of unlimited mobile for free. Yep, you heard that right. An entire year, free. It's our best internet, powered by the next generation 10G network and with 99.9% reliability, plus 1 line of free mobile for a year. The Mobile Made Free event is happening now.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $49 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $600 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Offer ends 9/21/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Mobile offer requires 100 megabits per second internet and new unlimited intro mobile service.
Right now, 50% off everything is yours for a limited time at Banana Republic Factory. Explore the fall premiere event today to save on elevated essentials for the season. Only at your nearest Banana Republic Factory store.
Powered by NJM. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Happy Labor Day weekend. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies have reinstated Ranger Suarez and Christian Pache from the injured list as their roster expands now to 28 players for the month of September. Ranger Suarez is projected to start this Sunday's 1 o'clock game against the Milwaukee Brewers. Yesterday, the Eagles worked out 3 punters, Blake Gillikin, Pat O'Donnell, and Colby Weidman, as they still do not have a clear answer at punter for the 2023 NFL season, with Aaron Sipas currently on the practice squad. Get more Eagles and Phillies, Sixers and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Go to Ocean Casino Resort this summer for our 5th birthday celebration. Go for the parties and the payouts. Go for the dining and the unwinding. Go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, this great weather we've been having today is going to last all weekend long. With your South Jersey weather forecast, I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to see clear skies we head into the night tonight, a low temperature about 55 or so. Tomorrow looks very nice and pleasant once again, sunshine and 78. And then it starts getting hot for the rest of the weekend. Sunday, sunshine at 87. Monday, sunshine. We could get into the 90s on Monday. You notice no rain in the forecast. That's your South Jersey weather. I'm Joe Kelly.
Hi, honey. Happy first day back at work. Can't wait to see you tonight. We are so proud of you. Daddy, we love you.
There are many reasons to start recovery. If you or someone you love is struggling with addiction, we are here to help. Call us. Our trained counselors are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to help. Your recovery is within reach. Call 844-REACH-NJ to learn about medication that can support recovery. Services.
Now, back to the
4:31 on a happy hour Friday. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Sound of the day, we're going to dive into some of the topics for the college football weekend. You guys know this is my time of year. I don't sit here and try to sell you some horse manure on, I got some baseball betting picks, or I got some great insights on, NBA free agent prognostications. No, I'm big on the college football, and it's an interesting year because this is the last year of college football, as we know. We talked about it with Chad Brown yesterday. He was on the call for the Utah-Florida game last night, right here on 97.3 ESPN, and we talked about a lot of different things yesterday with him. We're going to follow up on some of those topics today. We are going to start with a couple of things that were said on ESPN radio basically in the last 24 hours. Let's start with Bill Connolly. So Bill Connolly covers the SEC for ESPN.com. And one of the things that was on the minds of a lot of people is there's a lot of people who are being criticized right now because the classic move by a lot of people who are not football diehards is Alabama's a contender, right? Well, are they? That's the question. Alabama enters the year with questions. Why do they enter the year with questions? Well, it's because new quarterback. They're starting guys new on the defensive side of the ball. So Bill Connolly let's talk about Alabama, Bill. What is your, if any, concerns about Alabama entering this year? Because, they're a betting favorite for a lot of people to be a potential national champion, but should they be?
They get Texas next week, so this is kind of a run through. They should have Middle Tennessee's got some athletes, but Alabama should have too much push basically to really be troubled in this game. But we will find out some sort of pecking order. We'll see who looks the best, and it's kind of weird when you're Alabama. You're not going to deal with that much adversity over the course of a season, but you've got 1 week before one of the bigger games on the schedule, and we'll see what answers they have. The 3 completely different quarterbacks. New offensive system. It is kind of, I'm not going to pretend to be worried about Alabama, but it's a lot more questions than we normally ask of Alabama in week 1.
As he said, we're not particularly worried about Alabama in general. But this Alabama team that almost lost to Texas last year, well, Alabama is now not as good as Texas last year, and Texas is better this year, even without Bijan Robinson going to the NFL. Their team overall is better. So for a lot of people, you're looking at Alabama, and it's the Stephen A. Smiths of the world. They're being criticized because they're picking Alabama to win the national championship, and it's completely illogical to do that. Because Alabama, as Bill Connolly just brought up, new quarterback. Listen, just because Milroe is technically the starter this weekend doesn't mean he's going to continue to be the starter. And when you look around college football, there's a lot of reasons for why, as we enter this year, there's a lot of explanation for why Alabama shouldn't be a favorite to win the national championship. Look, just because they are the second in the betting favorite odds doesn't mean they're actually going to win it. Aside from the quarterback issue, they potentially have 2 to 3 losses on their schedule. We mentioned the Texas game. I said Texas is better than they were last year. Well, look at who else is on the Alabama schedule this year. You know that Lane Kiffin always brings Nick Saban a tough game. And Ole Miss is a top 25 team this year. They have to go to Texas A&M. Texas A&M will be better this year than last year. And they got a new coach, Bobby Petrino. And we know historically Nick Saban has had trouble with those spread offenses. You know that Tennessee is going to give them some trouble. Tennessee is very, very talented offensively. Then you get the LSU game on November 4th. That is going to be a potential showdown for who's going to win the SEC West. LSU is themselves a national championship contender. And then there's the letdown game. You might beat LSU at home, but the next week, you got to go to Kentucky to play a Wildcat team that's going to scare a lot of people this year with Timber Creek High School graduate from South Jersey, Devin Leary. So Alabama's got some things to worry about this year. So that's the thing with Alabama to keep an eye on. Now, the other news story that happened recently was what's going on with Jim Harbaugh. Okay, Jim Harbaugh is serving a self-imposed suspension to start the season. Now, for those who don't know, the Reader's Digest version of what happened to Jim Harbaugh was this. Jim Harbaugh, the NCAA is accusing him of violating COVID pandemic protocols in terms of recruiting. And among those violations was that he basically, for those who don't know, there's a handful of schools that all got in trouble for basically recruiting too aggressively during COVID, okay? It was Michigan, Arizona State, Tennessee, and they were like the 3 main culprits. There's a few other schools that got in like moderate trouble for it. It was, there was LSU got in some moderate trouble for it. Texas got some moderate trouble. Basically, the COVID pandemic rules were violated. And one of the violations that Jim Harbaugh is most famous or infamous for violating, depending on who you ask, was during a recruiting visit, he bought a recruit a hamburger. Okay. And apparently this is a Jim Harbaugh move. It came in the news that he basically, if the student goes out to eat with him, he pays for their small part of their meal. And for whatever reason, the NCAA considers it a violation to pay $8 to $10 for someone's lunch. As we know from the fiasco that happened over a decade ago when Des Bryant was at Oklahoma State, he lost his eligibility because he accepted a lunch from Deion Sanders. So Peter Burns, who hosts a couple different shows on ESPN Radio, he's also a host on the SEC Network. He had a hot take about Jim Harbaugh, about his future. Take a listen.
We're going to miss Jim Harbaugh. This is his last season.
What?
It's going to be his last. The khaki crusader, he's gone, okay? He's upset right now with what's happening with the NCAA suspension.
I agree.
He's upset with just the whole structure. He's going to have a mic drop. He beats Ryan Day again. They make it to the playoff. He walks away, hopefully coaches the Cleveland Browns. Because I want to see Harbaugh versus Harbaugh.
Oh, yeah, in that division.
But then they still don't win a title because they're the Big Ten. The Big Ten's the Dallas Cowboys of college football.
All right, there's a lot there that Peter Burns said. First of all, he brought up the theory that this is going to be Jim Harbaugh's last year in Michigan. And I thought it's a very interesting point. I've never thought of this before. Harbaugh is allowing each of his coaches to take turns as head coach the first 3 weeks of this season. So the first 3 games that he misses with Michigan are all winnable games, by the way. They have assigned each head coach a different, basically, responsibility with each game. You don't think that he might be thinking about life for Michigan after he's gone, if that's what he's doing? Here's the breakdown. There are 4 assistants who are going to split responsibilities. So defensive coordinator Jesse Minter will serve as the game day head coach for tomorrow's game versus Tennessee. The special team coordinator Jay Harbaugh and running back coach Mike Hart, former running back at Michigan Mike Hart, will split the duties next Saturday versus UNLV. And then offensive coordinator Sharon Moore will handle the coaching responsibilities versus Bowling Green in 2 weeks. I don't think that's a coincidence that he's giving each of them a shot at being a head coach. He's giving each one of those guys resumes for 2 scenarios. 1, to maybe be the next Michigan head coach, or 2, for them to get head coaching opportunities this offseason. Jim Harbaugh, is already potentially planning his exit. Burns brought up a great point. Harbaugh can literally swan song this season. He is so fed up with the NCAA, as we all are. He's just in a position to be more vocal about it, and people will listen to him. You look at what Jim Harbaugh means to Michigan. He took a program that was falling apart, gave them stability, and now he has beaten Ohio State in back-to-back years, their biggest rival. He has gotten Michigan to the college football playoff. And right now, Michigan is 3rd best odds to win the national championship. And Michigan has more returning starters than Alabama does, more returning starters than Georgia does, more returning starters than Ohio State does. Michigan could potentially win the national championship this year. Harbaugh could win the national championship and just walk out. And he will be a legend in Michigan forever. You know, Harbaugh has always entertained the idea of going back to the NFL. Well, what's in the NFL? Unfinished business. He got to a Super Bowl, lost on the goal line with the 49ers. He went back to college because the situation with the San Francisco 49ers was falling apart because him and the GM couldn't get along anymore. Harbaugh went back to Michigan, served his purpose. He resurrected the program. He saved them from basically mediocrity. Now he could go back to the NFL. And last year on National Signing Day, what was he doing? He was taking a job interview with the Vikings a couple years ago. You know, when they hired Kevin O'Connell to be their head coach, well, they interviewed Jim Harbaugh first. Harbaugh has always entertained the idea of going back to the NFL. And you look around the NFL with the teams that could potentially be looking for a head coach if they don't make it a deep playoff run this season. Cleveland Browns, Dallas Cowboys, Los Angeles Chargers. I almost said San Diego. Los Angeles Chargers. That's just 3. Harbaugh would be an interesting option for all of them. Harbaugh actually used to play for the Chargers at one point years ago as a quarterback. Cowboys, biggest brand in the NFL. Jim Harbaugh is big enough for the brand. Cleveland Browns. He'd be the savior in Cleveland if Stefanski trips over himself again this year. Something to keep in mind. It's a good point out by Peter Burns. All right. Finally, today, the Atlantic Coast Conference, the ACC, made news that they are going to bring in 2 more Pac-12 teams, Stanford and Cal, along with SMU. What does it mean? Trevor Maddich, who played college football at BYU, now college football analyst for ESPN, said this.
This is inoculation. They don't want to become like the Pac-12, where you have some teams leave, some of them unexpectedly, and all of a sudden, the Pac-12 after this football season will disappear in a shower of sparks. Just poof, and they're gone. So the ACC is looking at this. And by bringing in those teams, what they do is they pad their roster of teams so that if somebody's able to figure out contractually how to get out of the grant of rights before 2036, and if they end up at 2036, if somebody's mad enough to leave, and several are, they still have guys there. You bring them in now, it pads your roster in case you have an exodus so that you don't go poof in a shower of sparks like the Pac-12.
And there's a couple of reasons why Trevor Maddich is saying that. Number one, Florida State has already threatened the conference. Now, Florida State plays this Sunday in a big national televised game. You'll hear the game here on the radio on 97.3 ESPN, LSU versus Florida State. But Florida State is basically told their conference, we're not getting enough money in television revenue. So either you need to find a way to get more money for us, or we're going to consider leaving. So that's one school already that has made that threat. There's always been the rumors that the SEC could go and steal Clemson from the ACC because Clemson is located in South Carolina. Clemson and the University of South Carolina is a huge rivalry game every year, and Clemson would fit into the footprint of the SEC very easily. There's always been rumors about what does the ACC do if someone like Virginia Tech or Virginia left the conference, okay? We already know that Maryland is in the Big Ten. We know that West Virginia is in the Big 12. If Virginia Tech or Virginia, either or both wanted to leave, those are 2 conferences that could potentially want to expand. So, as Trevor Maddich said, this is a way to protect yourself in case someone poaches some teams from your conference. And I think before it's said and done, we're going to see some more poaching go on before 2030. Because one thing to keep in mind, the college football playoff is expanding to 12 teams. And under the 12-team model, it's going to work like this. The major conferences get an automatic bid because of you win the conference. And there's a bunch of at-larges similar to college basketball. Well, what are the 2 biggest TV properties in college sports? College football playoff, March Madness. You get money depending on the number of teams that make those playoffs. College football is the number 1 money. College basketball is number 2. You need as many teams as possible to get as many bites out of the apple. And by bringing in more schools, the ACC does 2 things. One, it forces a renegotiation with ESPN for a better contract based on the terms of their current deal. Number 2, it allows them to expand their footprint so that if they do get teams poached from their school, their conference, I should say, schools poached from their conference, that they can go find those schools elsewhere. So what if the Virginia schools leave one day? What if Florida State and or Clemson leave one day? Well, you already have Cal and Stanford. Do you eventually call an Oregon State and say, we already got Cal and Stanford, you want to join? Do you call a school like a Texas Tech that's in the Big 12 and say, we got SMU, you interested? These are questions that are going to be asked. And it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. All right, that's our sound of the day. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN Mobile, powered by First Bet. We'll wrap up the hour coming up the other side. Don't forget, coming up in the next hour, Casey Jordan, the football scientist. Usually just one thought with every game with Mike Gill. Well, today, we're going to review everything you need to know. One thought on players, teams, fantasy football heading in to the NFL season. So line up the text board, 609-403-0973. The football scientist, Casey Joyner, is coming up in about 11 minutes from now here on 97.3 ESPN.
Sail into summer in New Jersey. Stroll boardwalks or soar high on the rides. Enjoy iconic shores, history, and culture. From dazzling cities to charming countryside. Find it all at visitnj.org.
Cookie wants to be a professional wrestler.
I'm Cookie Serratos, and I'm 11 years old.
She also wants to win all the medals. That's why Cookie and her family make every day count, squeezing out her best with Go-Go Squeeze.
Okay, Cookie, let's break for a Go-Go Squeeze.
Go-Go Squeeze Fruit on the Go pouches are a nutritious snack made from 100% fruit with no sugar added.
Call Cookie!
Because when you nurture your kids, you squeeze out the best in them. Squeeze out the best with Go-Go Squeeze. Not a low-calorie food. Products range from 11 to 13 grams of sugar and 60 to 70 calories per serving. We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
The extracurricular activities, the traffic, the nightly homework, the traffic, the finding time to eat dinner together as a family, the traffic. Back to school can be stressful. Thanks to Ziploc, meal prep doesn't have to be. New Ziploc bags with Stay Open design have a patented stand-up bottom that helps keep the bag upright and a top crease that folds and holds for easy filling, unlocking a second set of hands in the kitchen. If only it unlocked a second set of lanes. New Ziploc brand freezer and storage bags with Stay Open design from SC Johnson, a family company.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply. Stop, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait, text PLACE to 200-300.
Staples has big savings on everything you need for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on all your school essentials from notebooks to markers. Save on everything you need for travel, like luggage, portable tech, and travel-sized personal items. Plus, save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples print and marketing services. And now at Staples, you can save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
A Rottweiler named Whiskey with hours to live brought back to full health. A terrier named Snoopy, paralyzed in all 4 legs, who ran and played again within months. These dogs are known as Marty's Miracles. Dogs brought back to health by Dr. Marty Goldstein.
I've helped countless dogs thrive with one simple concept. Your dog needs a high-meat diet similar to what their ancestors ate in the wild.
Called the Miracle Worker by Forbes magazine, he's now created a premium dog food for you called Nature's Blend. It's the easiest way to support your dog's easy digestion, nourished skin, playful energy, and most importantly, their healthy, full life. For a limited time, save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get free premium dog treats. Go to drmartypets.com/deal or text DEAL to 511-511. Text DEAL to 511-511.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is backed with a 90-day guarantee.
All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 + 0 + 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
The math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you leased so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past. Even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at $27.77 per thousand. To Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, wrapping up the 4 o'clock hour. Josh Hennig on a Happy Hour Friday. We'll get back to the text board in the next hour. What are you consuming this weekend? What are you doing for Labor Day weekend? Let me know. 609-403-0973. Labor Day weekend, college football. And don't forget, we are less than a week away from the start of the NFL season. Questions about the NFL season. Eagles talk. Fantasy football talk. All that more coming up next with the football scientist. You know him as Casey Joyner. He will join us coming up on the other side here on 97.3 ESPN FM and 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Happy September. Football is here, and we're talking about it next hour on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Friday.
Tomorrow on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA football, the hunt for the national championship begins in Happy Valley as the 7th-ranked Penn State Nittany Lions host the West Virginia Mountaineers. Hi, this is TJ Reeves. Join LeVar Arrington and me for all the action as James Franklin and the Nittany Lions get a tough opening week test against upset-minded West Virginia. It's number 7 Penn State and West Virginia.
It's College Football Saturday on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins after Notre Dame football.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details. Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now, you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right. You don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait. Text PLACE to 200-300.
Ruthie, our last summer barbecue is this weekend, and it has to be epic.
Well, Total Wine has this new reposado that'll rock your barbecue. And my favorite Cabernet will make your famous ribs even famous-er.
Yes, just what my last summer barbecue needed.
Wow, and at those low prices, they'll be great for my first fall barbecue.
Ooh, I'll trade you my famous ribs recipe for one of yours.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Hey, baseball fans.
fans, the BetParx app has you covered. Bet more than the score. Bet player performances, home runs, hits, strikeouts. Bet game combos like winning team and over-under on total runs. BetParx futures bet on MVP, Rookie of the Year, and more. All new users bet $10 and get $125 in sportsbook bonus if your first bet wins. BetParx.com has terms and conditions. New users and winning bets only. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. Must be 21 and in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. Gambler problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Crank the AC because it's not just hot, it's sizzling hot. All summer long at Parx Casino and Sportsbook. Pennsylvania's #1 casino brings you more ways to make this your hottest summer ever. The slots are hot. Table games are hot. The restaurants are hot. The biggest and best sportsbook on the East Coast is hot. The entertainment is even hotter. Don't miss a minute of the action. Visit ParxCasino.com. Street Road exit off 95 in the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Parx Casino. This is how you win. This is how you win. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking. With top brand appliances, like a new LG refrigerator capable of making 4 different types of ice. Or an LG oven with built-in air fryer for healthier, crispier options. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online, your innovative new appliances are also just a click away. Get up to $700 off select appliances, plus an extra $1,000 off LG kitchen appliances, only at the Home Depot. Pricing valid 8/24 through 9/13, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called Testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Hey, Josh Hennig here to tell you about how Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning has helped your favorite football team. Did you know that over 40 years ago, John Jenkins Sr. invented the heated seat that football players sit on today? Yes, the Jenkins family created a way for football players to weather the extreme cold. Now imagine what Jenkins could do for your home. Call Jenkins for plumbing, drain cleaning, and leak repairs, gas furnace, boiler, and hot water heater replacements. Call Jenkins today at 609-641-6262, online at jenkinsandsons.com.
When you hear this
They've got him again!
and this,
Boy, what a move by Embiid!
you think of us. We are sports. 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Glad to have you guys back on board the show today. 5 o'clock hour home stretch. And listen, it is football season. Well, at least for me it is, because we're counting down the days. We're less than a week of the start of the NFL season. You got your fantasy football draft, many of you this weekend. College football all weekend long. I mean, we got a triple header tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. So, of course, we have to talk with the man who's been with the Sports Bash for many years. Now he's with The Athletic. He is Casey Joyner, the football scientist. And, of course, his segment this year is being brought to you by Frank Vincent Windows, Roofing, Siding, and Doors. Make your home look good again. And Casey Joyner is back for the 2023 NFL season. Casey, appreciate you jumping on Labor Day weekend. How's it going down there?
It's going good. The storm didn't catch us very much. We're far enough inland. It didn't get here, so we got through that okay. And this has got to be year 10 or 12, 15, something like that for me doing this show. I've been trying to think about when did this start? It's been over a decade now.
Yeah, I mean, you were on with Mike Gill before I even started working here. So I mean that, we I know. So it's at least before 2015. I can confirm that much.
Hey, it's. I enjoy this segment so much. It's why I look forward to coming back every year because this is just one of probably the most fun segment I've ever do on a regular basis. So I enjoy this.
So instead of doing every game like you usually do during the season, what we're going to do today, Casey, is we're going to do players, teams, because this time of year, they want to know their fantasy team, their favorite team. Maybe they want to place a sports bet here or there. Listen, I'm not going to judge somebody if they're watching a college football game tomorrow night and they pop open their sports app and they're like, what did Casey Joyner say about AJ Brown again? I'm not gonna judge them, right? And neither are you.
Hey, we all have different reasons for watching the sports. The great thing is, you know what? You can enjoy the sport for its own sake, fantasy and gambling. You don't have to pick. You can do all three if you want.
So let's start with this, because obviously the Eagles are in their second full year with Jalen Hurts with those two receivers, AJ Brown and Devonta Smith. So give us some perspective for you, real world and fantasy football. What are your expectations, Casey Joyner, for the Eagles offense coming into the second year with all of these players together?
Well, when they start with Sirianni, I remember us having discussions here on the show multiple times that Sirianni, he's a former wide receiver. He was like, I'm going to throw the ball. And we're on the air. It's me and Mike. And we're all just going, why are you throwing the ball so much? You have a running team. Why would you do this? And now the way the passing game went for them last year, the way things, how their passing game progressed, I think they're going to want to pass the ball more. They're not going to be a pass-first team. That's not what they're going to be. It's not who they are. But I think they're going to pass the ball a whole lot more this year than they did last year. It may only be 50 passes, 60 passes, something of that nature. But you got to look at, say, A.J. Brown. He was, if you're taking it, I'll use a fantasy football number here, but he was fourth last year in vertical points per game in PPR leagues and third in stretch vertical. And verticals, 11 or more yards downfield passes, and stretch verticals 20 plus. So, the guy does great on short passes. You look at what Devonta Smith did later in the year, how good he was as a receiver, how much he developed down the stretch. I think they're going to add those passing elements in there. And I think from a real world perspective, it's going to make them a more balanced offense because now you can't just shut down the run, which you can't do anyway against the Eagles to begin with, but they're going to be able to throw the ball more efficiently, more effectively, a lot of downfield throws. I think this offense is going to be more dangerous this year, which is why in fantasy leagues, I'm thinking Hurts is a better value ADP-wise than Mahomes. I'm still got Mahomes higher on my QB list, but I've got Hurts is a better value. And I've got both A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith as top 10 wide receivers in fantasy, and nobody else has that. That's how much confidence I have that the Eagles offense is going to be explosive this year.
So let me zone in on the Jalen Hurts thing really quick, because we were having a conversation this week about, in today's fantasy football, obviously, like historically, the idea has always been like you get all your running backs and wide receivers early in the draft, then you get the quarterbacks in the middle rounds, right? But in recent years, people are starting to say, hey, once those top 4 or 5 running backs are gone, do I get a quarterback maybe in the late first round, early second round, because I know I might be able to get a receiver later? So is Jalen Hurts a candidate to maybe, if someone wanted to reach on a quarterback, would Casey Joyner say, if you're going to reach on a quarterback, reach on this quarterback?
12 quarterbacks last year scored 12 quarterbacks last year scored 270 more fantasy points. 12 quarterbacks. It used to be two, and I know, and you think, oh, it's 17-game season. If you look at the numbers before that, that's been the trend for the past few years. A lot more 270-plus point quarterbacks. So you kind of have to, if you're going to you have to get in an arms race at quarterback, you have to get one of those 270 guys to just break even compared to your competition. And you're going to be at the low end of that competition. So I think you have to go quarterbacks earlier than you have in drafts. And if you look at Fantasy Pros and their ADP, they've got as of today, Mahomes is 13 overall, Allen is 19, Hurts is 22. I think Hurts is going to be every bit as valuable as Mahomes, pretty darn close, because he runs the ball more. And Mahomes, I think the Chiefs are going to have to run the ball a bit more. So Hurts is going to be able to rushing ability built in. Plus, he's going to be more effective in passing. So you add those two elements together, and I think it's going to be Hurts is going to be a better value in the second round than Mahomes is going to be in late in the first round. I have cat issues here.
I was just going to say you had a little bit of a distracting moment here on the segment with Casey Joyner.
Sorry about that. We have our cat named Cheese, and he wants to go outside, and he had a sneezing fit here, so my apologies.
It's all good. Casey, you mentioned the receivers earlier. I have been saying that if someone's in a full PPR, I want Devontae Smith more than A.J. Brown because I think that Smith's target share, which was higher than Brown last year, could only go up because he is a guy that feels like he's going to keep becoming. I mean, he already owns the Eagles record for most receptions by a wide receiver in a season in franchise history. There's a chance this guy goes for 100 receptions again this year, potentially. And I think for a full PPR, he has a ton of value.
I couldn't agree more. I've taken a lot of grief from people like you've got two Eagles wide receivers in the top 10. And mind you, I've got Brown as 4. I almost have him in the top 3. He's like right on the verge there. But I'm looking at Devontae Smith. I mean, last year he fares well every route depth level. I mentioned vertical and stretch vertical. If you're talking short, vertical, stretch, vertical, and overall points per game, he's in the top 26 in all those categories. And obviously he's in the higher end in some of them. Now, he led the SEC in receptions with 117 in 2020. So obviously that's not just a one-year thing where he's got a workhorse wideout track record. He's done it for multiple seasons. And the thing is, last 6 games of the season last year, he averages 22.3 PPR points per game. Devontae Smith I agree with you. If I'm going on bang for the buck, I mean, look, I don't have any problem having Brown's going 6th in the wide receiver rankings overall in Fantasy Pros, maybe 5th, depending on where you go. I like him more than Kupp. But if I'm looking for bang for the buck, Devontae Smith at 29 in a fantasy draft as opposed to Brown at 14. Yeah, I could see that there's more bang for the buck. I don't mind having them both on my roster, but if I had to pick one for bang for the buck, I would see Smith.
Talk with Casey Joyner, the football scientist. You can follow him on Twitter or X, whatever we call it nowadays, at Casey Joyner TFS. Of course, you guys could join in on the text board at 609-403-0973. Casey's always open to answering your questions each and every week here on the Sports Bash. Casey, the big question we've talked about as well all offseason with the Eagles is no more Miles Sanders. It is, many people believe, a running back by committee. Now, we know in the past DeAndre Swift has had valuable in fantasy leagues because of what he did in Detroit. So can you take what he did in Detroit and project that into the Eagles offense or no?
You can. Well, here's what you can do. You can take DeAndre Swift and say, okay, I've got that metric, good blocking. Is all my good blocking metrics, good blocking productivity, good blocking yards per attempt. It measures how productive you are when you get quality run blocking. And DeAndre Swift last year, he didn't get good run blocking. In fact, I've got an article over The Athletic that goes over my good blocking numbers for the entire season, and it shows you what the players, all 44 qualifying backs got last year as far as their run blocking and such. And DeAndre Swift last year, I mean, he got good run blocking on only like 49 or 41% of his plays last year, which is less than what you're going to get if you go with the Eagles offense. In fact, I'm looking here. There we go. DeAndre. So he's going to be able to get quality run blocking with Philadelphia, and I think he's going to be able to get more consistent, or at least as consistent run blocking as he did last year. And that's the thing. Run blocking, if you get quality run blocking, you're going to gain 1.2 based on last year's numbers. You're going to get 1.2 fantasy points per play every time you get good run blocking, and you're going to gain 0.2 when you get bad run blocking. So you take a guy like Swift and you say, look, we're going to put you in the best run blocking offense in the league, and we're going to give you the volume of carries that he can give. In fact, they won't wear him out either. That's the thing you worry about with him is, can he hold up to a larger workload? His history says that you probably shouldn't, but the Eagles will be very careful with that. But if you gave him 200 carries and you give him enough catches and such, I mean, this guy could be an RB2, and his fantasy value is just not reflecting that. His fantasy value is much lower than that, just because people think, they see what he did in Detroit to go, okay, I got too many concerns about it. He's going 68 overall and 31st in running back boards. I just think he's going to have top 24 value. And again, a value pick. I think you can go with the Eagles. You could get Swift. You could get AJ Brown. You could go. In fact, you could stock up in Eagles, and I think you would have value plays almost all the way across the board.
If we can go big picture for a minute, Casey, with the running backs in fantasy football, because to me, I was saying this week, to me, there's like a Mason-Dixon line. Like, it's like there's a group of guys that like you want them if you a fantasy football owner. And then everybody else is like in a timeshare. Like, Steven Medner texted into the text board at 609-403-0973 CS. Like, does Ramondre Stevenson even have value anymore because they added Zeke Elliott in New England? Like, these teams that have timeshares, it's hard to get consistent value. So, like, if a Stevenson in New England is in a timeshare and someone like Swift is in a timeshare in Philadelphia, those guys lose value. So, like, for you, where's the Mason-Dixon line? Like, where do you say, hey, after this guy is gone, you're basically just playing roulette with the running backs here?
When it comes to backs, obviously you got CMC and Eckler. I'm higher on Bijan Robinson than most. I like Chubb, I like Barkley. After that, I'm probably not that I wouldn't take Jacobs and all that, but worried about Pollard being able to be a RB1 over to carry the bell cow workload. His coach last year, his running back coach last year, said he loses breakaway speed after 30 plays in a game. So I worry about that. And I'm finding both in the drafts and the mock drafts that I've been in and from talking to fantasy managers that there's all sorts of running back value in the mid rounds of the drafts. So you can take guys in lower rounds and such. You want to take a guy like Stevenson, who's going to be available probably in round 3 in most drafts, maybe even a little bit later. Zeke Elliott, I mentioned that good blocking yards per attempt number last year, or that measures productivity when you get good blocking. Zeke was 40th. He's been bad in that category for a couple of years. Ramondre Stevenson was 9th. He has more breakaway ability than Zeke. He's just as good near the goal line. I don't think it's going to be as much of a strain on Zeke as people think. So I haven't downgraded Stevenson at all. And when I'm looking at those situations, I look at a lot of mid-round drafts. I'm looking at Chicago backs, looking at Detroit backs. They've got great schedules, good run blocking lines, and their running backs are terribly undervalued. In fact, I've been telling people to take David Montgomery as a mid-round pick. Yeah, maybe he's not going to be a great back, but he's going to get the goal line carries. They want to use Gibbs out as a receiver more. They want to make him kind of the Christian McCaffrey sort of back. So there's going to be carries. There's going to be goal line carries. I just think there's tons of mid-round value in running backs.
When you think about, speaking of the New England situation, Casey, talk to me about what your expectation is, because I know I said it a little tongue-in-cheek a couple weeks ago, but when I saw Zeke Elliott show up at Patriots camp, no nose ring, haircut, cleaned up, immediately I thought of is Belichick might do to Zeke Elliott what Urban Meyer did to Zeke Elliott at Ohio State. He might clean him up and get him refocused. So, like, how does that impact a guy like Ramondre Stevenson? Because we know Belichick, he's a wizard. He finds production out of guys that you don't always expect.
I had a discussion with a Patriots running back a few years back, and he said that one of the things that I was talking about, his usage and such, and he told me that the Patriots, they figure out what your skill set is, and that's how they use you. So this is what we think you can do, and we're going to put you into personnel packages and play calls that will allow you to use those skills. And if we don't think you have skills that fit other packages, we're not going to put you in those. So they do that very well. Stevenson can fit into all the different play calling packages that they have. And the thing is, Belichick has also said publicly, I'm paraphrasing, but he says that we go with the healthy running back. Then when a running back is banged up, that's when they lose their burst. That's when they lose their productivity. So we'd rather have a good back who's healthy and we know we can keep getting the ball to, and then a very good back who's banged up, because that very good back is probably not going to be nearly as good. So Stevenson is a bell cow, or he's been darn close to it. So I think they like having Zeke there because of what, that he can still give you a certain volume of carries and give you a certain amount of, he has durability. He's proven that. But I still think that they're looking at Stevenson as a lead back at the least, and that Elliott will be an alternate back at most in this offense. I don't see them turning this platoon, and I don't see them giving a bunch of goal line carries to Zeke, because Zeke's been hit or miss, and Stevenson's every bit as good on goal line carries as Zeke is.
Speaking of the Patriots, the AFC East is what I think the best division in football this year. That is going to be a ridiculous gauntlet. And by the way, the Eagles got to play it this year. The NFC East is playing the AFC East. So we're going to find out who actually is the cream of the crop or not this year. But talk to me about the AFC East for you, Casey, when you're evaluating that division.
I tell you that one of the things you can look at, you go to what the betting public thinks, and say for the odds on. I'm just picked up BetMGM for as an example. They got the Bills at plus 120, the Jets at plus 250, the Dolphins at plus 300, pretty close, and the Patriots at plus 800, which I think I can see why they think they wouldn't win the division, but it's the Patriots. If that's your worst team, and it's the Patriots and who they are and what they've added and where I think their offense will be improved this year, I think it's going to be a very tough division. I think the big thing for them, the thing in that division though, the Jets. Aaron Rodgers wasn't very good on red zone passing last year, and I wonder if he is not the quarterback he was 2 years ago. And if he wasn't, and they're going to be a run-heavy, run defense team, and just have him be a counterpuncher, I think that might, highlight his skills. But I don't know that he's a passer that he was a couple years ago. And Tua, I mean, look at look at the hip injury he had in college. Look at the concussions that he's had. I've been telling fantasy managers to be careful with him because he can't play. I don't think he plays all games. I don't think he plays 17 games, and it hurts his receivers too. So that's the thing. If you told me that Rodgers is going to be healthy and is going to play at close to his MVP level, maybe 10% lesser. If you told me that was the case and that Tua is going to be healthy all year, okay, I think teams are going to give the Bills a run for the money. But if either of those things happen, Rodgers isn't quite the quarterback that he was, and Tua can't hold up for a full season, it's still the Bills' division.
It's interesting because I don't have any faith in Tua to stay healthy. Like, I don't care how much he worked out. I don't care how much he's doing jujitsu. Head injuries are head injuries. Like, this dude already has an injury history as his whole body. Now he's had multiple concussions over the last couple of years. So I just don't believe in him at all. I don't know, like, no offense to Mike White. I don't know if Mike White is going to be the answer either in Miami. So I'm just lacking faith. Like, I'm not saying the Dolphins will make the postseason. Made the playoffs last year. So, to me, I just don't know if I can depend on them to win the division at all, especially with Aaron Rodgers in the same division.
Yeah, it's I've tell fantasy managers all the time, don't worry. When you've got injured players like that, just avoid them altogether. And I take that in general too. If I'm talking about with projecting your team forward, same thing. Is look, if the guy can't stay healthy, what's that old general manager saying? Durability is one of the best abilities. Can you be out there? And Tua, it's not just the concussions. He's had other injuries. He had that hip injury, that horrific hip injury in college. Yep. I mean, he's had finger injuries. He's had other. I mean, there's like a litany of injuries that he's had, and again, he's not even been out there for full seasons and stuff. I mean, it's one of those things where he just looks like somebody who I worry about his ability to stay healthy, and honestly worry about if at a point he might just not need to call it a career if the concussions were to continue and such. But yeah, I don't think from a percentage perspective, I get why people think the Jets are going to be better and such, and I get that they getting good quarterback is going to help them out. But this still, I mean, like, come on, guys, to paraphrase or to quote Ric Flair, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And the Jets did beat the Bills once last year, but you got to do that more consistently. And the way the Jets fell apart at the end of the season still sticks in my head. Like, okay, you guys didn't just falter, you fell apart. And I think the players remember that. And if one of those things, when they get into some sort of issues this year, are they going to think back to, hey, we didn't have a solution for this last year, maybe we don't this year either? We'll see.
Casey, a division I want to ask you about, because I've heard a million different perspectives on this division, is the NFC South. Because everyone seems to have a reason why they think fill in the blank team is going to win the division. I've literally heard an explanation for why every one of those four teams is going to win. So, Casey, I'm going to let you be the deciding vote in my mind for the NFC South. I mean, I got the team I'm picking to win, but I want to know from you, which of those four teams do you think is most likely to win?
I'm taking the Falcons just because Arthur Smith, I keep thinking about what he did in Tennessee. And when he had Derrick Henry and could run the type of system he wanted to run, I know it wasn't the head coach there, but still he could run the type of system he wanted to run. They know what they want to be there. And I see the Saints, and the Saints have a lot of talent, and they have a lot of people, but I don't trust their coach. The Panthers are still too far behind talent-wise. The Bucs, I think they're going to absolutely fall apart this year. I think the Falcons have an identity of what they want to be. And if Robinson, even if it takes some time, you hear Peter King talking about, okay, well, Robinson might not be acclimated in the offense fully early. They might go with a platoon setup or something of that nature. That's fine. Tyler Algier gained 9.2 yards per attempt, the good blocking plays last year. If they platoon that for a time until they knew Robinson could handle it, that's perfectly fine. They're going to know who they want to be and what type of offense they want to run. And when you add that to the issues that the other teams have, I like the Falcons I think they have the most consistent path to success in that division.
All right, Casey, before I let you go, I want to know from you, because the Eagle fans want to know, Casey. Can Jalen Hurts win MVP this year?
I was thinking of voting for him for MVP last year. I've got a PFWA MVP vote. I very strongly consider giving it to him last year. I think, yeah, absolutely he can, because think about it. Think of where he was last year. And if what happens with their passing game, what I think is going to happen with their passing game happens, which is that not that they become them. This is not going to be the Chargers. They're not going to be throwing the ball 700 times. That's not who they are, but they're going to be able to throw the ball more effectively. And when I say throw the ball more effectively, not just do whatever RPOs where you've got kind of a limited offense of what you're going to do, but actually say, look, if we want Jalen Hurts to just be a drop back passer or run this offense with these receivers that we have, we can do it. I think if you add that element to it, and I think Mahomes is going, I think, like I said, the Chiefs are going to run the ball more this year. So not a ton, but they're going to run the ball some more this year because they've got a fantastic run blocking line, and I don't think the receiving core is quite as good. You add those elements together. Yeah, I think the Eagles offense is going to take a step forward over what they were last year, and I think you could very easily lead to Hurts being the MVP. I wouldn't mind calling him the favorite or darn close to the favorite just because what I think is going to happen.
Well, maybe he's a good value then, because you mentioned BetMGM, Casey. That's who you guys work with over the Athletic. Well, it's plus 1,100 for Jalen Hurts at BetMGM. Looks like Mahomes is 1, Burrow is 2, Allen is 3, and Herbert and Hurts are tied for 4th. So maybe that's a good futures bet there from Casey Joyner, the football scientist, joining us on the Elite Acura Hotline. Casey, tell the folks about your draft guide, your starting sit-ems, and how to get a hold of all your insights and content, because this weekend, people are going to be really ramping up their interest in fantasy football in the NFL.
They are going to ramp up their interest, and I do have a draft guide, a fantasy football draft guide. You're going to find in that draft guide nearly 200 deep dive player write-ups. I've got cheat sheets for every scoring system you can imagine. I've got full-scale, full-season charts to show you all the matchups and such. If you subscribe to the paid service, you get those charts updated throughout the season. We talk about the red, blue, and green, red, yellow, and green matchups here on this show frequently. That's where those come from. They're updated through there. You can go get the draft guide on by itself or as part of the paid subscription service. You can go to thefootballscientist.com. If you use the discount code 973, that's 973, you get 10% off.
There you go. At Casey Joyner TFS is where you find him on the Twitter X platform. And he joins Mike Gill every week, all football season long. One thought on every game, but today we want to do one thought on basically like a mishmash of different topics here on the first Friday of September. Casey, appreciate you jumping on, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon.
Sounds great, Josh. Appreciate it.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Casey Joyner's appearance again brought to you by Frank Vincent Windows, Roofing, Siding, and Doors. Make your home look new again with Frank Vincent Windows, Roofing, Siding, and Doors. All right, coming up on the other side, we'll check on the text board again at 609-403-0973. Bring you the Phillies lineup as well for tonight's game versus the Brewers. And we'll do some more football talk and, of course, some college football and NFL picks for you still to come, all in the 5 o'clock hour on Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN.
We have the perfect remedy for sitting in traffic. The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. 4 days only, September 7th to the 10th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment. Kids under 12 are free. Buy advanced discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Staples has big savings on everything you need for back to school or stocking up the office. Save on all your school essentials from notebooks to markers. Save on everything you need for travel, like luggage, portable tech, and travel-size personal items. Plus, save on signs, banners, and posters from Staples print and marketing services. And now at Staples, you can save even more with $10 off document printing when you spend $40 or more. Get everything for the office and the classroom for less at Staples. Ends 9/30. Exclusions and restrictions apply. See associate or visit staples.com/print for details.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means, wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah. That's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster. When I was their age, internet like this was a pipe dream.
You sound like my grandpa.
Please go home.
The next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Now through September 21st, new customers can get 200 megabit internet with unlimited data on the next generation Xfinity 10G network for just $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Plus, upgrade to gig and save $20 a month over Verizon. Go to Xfinity.com/10G, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply to internet service. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed. Savings compares Xfinity Gig to Verizon Gig.
Feel your teeth. How grimy are they? It's time for a Crest Pro Health reality checkup. That grime is black bacteria that can cause cavities. While most toothpaste stop working in minutes, Crest Pro Health's antibacterial fluoride protects for up to 12 hours to stop cavities before they start. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Labor Day savings are here at Lowe's. Get up to an additional $1,500 off select major kitchen appliances. And save $100 off select laundry pairs, priced $1,396 or more. Plus, make your big purchases easy with Lowe's Pay, our new flexible buy now, pay later payment option. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 9/6. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Subject to credit approval.
Powered by the all-new BetParks New Jersey Casino and Sportsbook app. BetParks.com. This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Happy Labor Day weekend. I'm Josh Hennig with your South Jersey Sports Center. The Phillies have reinstated Ranger Suarez and Christian Pache from the injured list as their roster expands now to 28 players for the month of September. Ranger Suarez is projected to start this Sunday's 1 o'clock game against the Milwaukee Brewers. Yesterday, the Eagles worked out 3 punters, Blake Gillikin, Pat O'Donnell, and Colby Weidman, as they still do not have a clear answer at punter for the 2023 NFL season, with Aaron Sipas currently on the practice squad. Get more Eagles and Phillies, Sixers and Flyers when you download our app. Your forecast is next.
Atlantic City is your place for really fun, really cool times this summer. Live it up with a true original. Enter to win an authentic AC getaway at AtlanticCityNJ.com.
Well, this great weather we've been having today is going to last all weekend long. With your South Jersey weather forecast, I'm Joe Kelly. We're going to see clear skies we head into the night tonight, a low temperature about 55 or so. Tomorrow looks very nice and pleasant once again, sunshine and 78. And then it starts getting hot for the rest of the weekend. Sunday, sunshine at 87. Monday, sunshine. We could get into the 90s on Monday. You notice no rain in the forecast. That's your South Jersey weather. I'm Joe Kelly.
Are you already doing digital advertising sales? Do you know all about targeted displays, social media marketing, the latest in SEM, and behavioral targeting? If so, you could be Town Square Media's new advertising sales star. We are looking for passionate sales professionals to join our media and digital advertising team. If consulting and connecting local businesses with their ideal audience for growth sounds exciting, well, let's have a conversation about you working for Town Square Media. Right now is the perfect time to join our team as an advertising account executive. Our comp package is amazing with unlimited earning potential, including base salary, mobile phone, auto package, 401k match, and more, along with world-class training and room for growth. If you're competitive, driven, and have the ability to communicate great ideas, we want to hear from you. Reach out to Michael Rubel, Market President, at 609-910-5249, or visit careers.townsquaremedia.com. Town Square Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Josh Hennig, affiliate for Mike Gill on Happy Hour Friday, 97.3 ESPN. For Happy Hour Friday, we actually got some good recommendations earlier in the show. Thanks to what was it? Terry from Galloway, Tom and the Villas, and where was Alex from? Alex from the Villas too. 2 people from the Villas give me good recommendations here for Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. You got some recommendations for me. Keep them coming at 609-403-0973. By the way, the Phillies lineup is out for tonight's game versus the Milwaukee Brewers, and the Phillies lineup is brought to you each and every day by Clark's Moving and Storage, located on Railroad Avenue in Rio Grande. For your next move, just call Clark's Moving and Storage. Kyle Schwarber back in the DH spot and leading off. I gotta tell you guys, I like this lineup a little bit. Trick Turner in the 2 spot, Harper 3, Castellanos 4, Stott 5, Bohm 6, Realmuto 7, Marsh 8, Cave 9, Zach Wheeler is your starting pitcher on the mound. I don't like the 3 lefties in a row. I never have. I never will. I would have put Realmuto 8 and Marsh in the 7th spot to break up the left-handed at the bottom of the lineup. And I'm not a fan of Cave playing. I understand Rojas is a young player, but why not put him out there? Why do we need more Jake Cave in our life? You don't need more Jake Cave. We need more Rojas. I guess the working theory is that Peralta is the best pitcher you're going to face this weekend, potentially, of all the Brewers starters. You're getting no Burns this weekend. So maybe the theory is that let the veteran Cave face Peralta. It's still a TBD starter for tomorrow. And then you get Miley on Sunday. So maybe the theory is that Rojas doesn't play today because it's the best of the 3 pitchers you're going to face. I guess that's what I don't know what the actual reason is. I told this to everyone who listens to me. Frank Close, Bob Blanco, everyone. I want more Rojas. I think there's no harm in playing this guy. Let him go out there and get playing time. But I guess their theory is because Peralta has one of the best strikeout to inning ratios in all of the National League, that they don't want Rojas getting exposed against him. Okay. Peralta's got 177 strikeouts, 139 innings. That's almost 40 more strikeouts than innings pitched this year. So again, I'm guessing that's the working theory. Not a fan of the Marsh, Cave, Schwarber, 3 straight lefties in the lineup. But again, that's your Phillies starting lineup for tonight for the game against the Brewers. And of course, that lineup is brought to you by Clark's Moving and Storage, located on Railroad Avenue in Rio Grande. For your next move, call Clark's Moving and Storage. All right. Some football follow-up thoughts after our conversation with Casey, joining the football scientist earlier here on the Sports Bash. When I'm looking at the NFL season, because I mentioned the futures odds, one of my favorite things to look at each and every year is the over-unders on team win totals. And it's interesting when you look at the teams that have the highest numbers versus the lower numbers, because usually the odds makers are setting these numbers in order for you to lose. Again, I remind you, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. If you're going over to Ocean Casino Resort or wherever you're placing your sports bets, the idea is that you got to remember that these odds makers are in the business of trying to find a way for you to lose money. So I'm all about finding value. I am all about trying to find the best value in the best logical scenarios when it comes to these conversations. And we were talking about the AFC East with Casey Joyner before. It seemed like the Jets are set at 9.5 at every sports book that I'm seeing. I think it's a very fair thing to think that they're going to get over that 9.5. And I'm not buying into the Hard Knocks hype. Arguably, this might be the worst Hard Knocks I've seen in years. It took them 3-4 weeks to get to anyone who's not Aaron Rodgers and the main starters. I'm already tired of Robert Saleh. Just talking in general. Like, I just got fatigued with the way they're presenting him. I don't really think Robert Saleh is as I don't think Robert Saleh is as annoying as the editing staff at Hard Knocks is making him out to be. And I think that the Jets actually have a good football team. So I can see them getting 10, 11 wins this year. The Bills are already set at 10.5. I know Casey Joyner said that it's the Bills' division to lose, basically. I got some concerns about Buffalo. No Leslie Frazier this year. Sean McDermott's going to be calling the plays. And I don't know how that impacts this team. They're starting the year with no Von Miller. Is this a team that struggles early in the year and gets better late in the year? So they're a team that I wonder, do they actually win the division? And with a team like Miami, as I told you guys, I don't know if Tua is staying healthy. This is probably a 9-8 team. Well, their over-under is 9.5. So when you're looking ahead to who's going to win the AFC East, and you see that every sports book has the Bills winning the division. Every single one. I just have to think, maybe they don't. Look, if Tua stays healthy for, let's say, I'm just throwing out a number, 14 of 17 games, am I supposed to not believe that this guy in Miami couldn't have a good year? Of course he could. Look, I genuinely believe that Tua has a ton of talent. I will never deny that. I will never take that away from him. But I'm also more than aware that he can't stay healthy. So you're basically, in my opinion, if you're picking the AFC East, it's Bills and Jets. Well, if you look at the standings from 2022, we know that there's a team every year that goes from basically worst to first. Well, did not the Jets finish in last place last year? Their offense couldn't even score 300 points last year. I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets win the division, honestly. I think the Jets could win the division, the Bills get a wild card, and then Miami's fighting in the last 2 weeks of the season to get in. I really do think that. I think that's what's going to happen here. Because, one, I think Aaron Rodgers is out to prove a point. And there is nothing more dangerous than a motivated future Hall of Famer. And he is better than every quarterback who played for the Jets last year. He's better than Wilson. He's better than Flacco. He's better than White. He's better than all of them combined as a Voltron character. Okay, for those of you old enough to remember Voltron. So you have a situation where I just don't think for 1 minute, that Miami is going to win the division. I think the Patriots will be competitive. They'll be better than they were last year. I think the Jets might win the division. I really do. And I understand I'm taking a big risk because they're on Hard Knocks and because there's a lot of hype around them. But maybe the hype is real. Maybe their defense is that good. Maybe Aaron Rodgers still has something left in the tank. And if that's the case, I think Buffalo does take a step back this year. Look, they're starting the year with no Von Miller. We saw their defense struggle last year without Von Miller. And I tend to believe that the Bills, no matter what Stephon Diggs say, you don't have all that chaos in the offseason and then just brush off and be like, everything's fine, everything's good, nothing to see here. I feel like the Buffalo Bills are like the dog in the meme with the fire going on around him, and he says everything is fine. That's what the Buffalo Bills feel like to me. And if I had to sit here and rapid fire each division, who I think is going to win this year, I think the Jets win the East, AFC East. I think the AFC North is so tough. I think 3 teams come out of the NFC North in the postseason. And I don't think it's going to be the Browns. I think the Browns have some problems this year. I think that for as good as their defense is going to play, I don't know if Deshaun Watson is going to be Deshaun Watson yet, or if he ever is going to be that guy again. I think the Ravens will be much better this year. My only concern with the Bengals is how healthy is Joe Burrow? Excuse me. I think the Bengals are probably going to win the division, but I would not be surprised if it's the Ravens. In the AFC South, I think the Jags run away with that division. I think the Titans try to get in for a wild card, but they don't make it. And in the NFC, I think the Eagles win the division. I think the Cowboys make the playoffs. I think in the NFC North, I still think the Vikings are the best team in the division. I think people forget the Vikings won the division last year. And I think that this is a team that, yes, they lost Dalvin Cook, but they didn't win games because of Dalvin Cook. So losing Dalvin Cook to me is not the end of the world. I think the Vikings and the Lions make the postseason out of the NFC North. NFC South, I've told you guys before, I'll tell you again, I think the Bucs win it. I think that the Bucs are going to be a better team this year because they're healthier than they were last year. I think it's that simple. And I don't think another team from the NFC South makes it, I should say. If there's a team that can sneak in there, I just don't believe in the Falcons defense. I don't believe in it. I don't believe that they have what it takes to win a division. Until I see it happen, I just don't. I think two teams come out of the NFC West. I think the 49ers and the Seahawks both come out of the division, but I think the difference is that I think maybe Seattle wins the division this year. And that the Seahawks don't get to the conference finals, but the 49ers get there and play the Eagles again in the conference finals. So there you go. There's some NFL thoughts from yours truly, Josh Hennig, here on a Happy Hour Friday on 97.3 ESPN. Over on the text board at 609-403-0973. Jeff in Summers Point is trying to trick me because he sent me a picture of a Coors Light and a shot of Fireball. Jeff, I know it's you. You're the only one who talks about drinking Coors Light and Fireballs. With people who know me know. I'm not a guy who likes to drink Coors Light or I don't know the last time I drank Bud Light, honestly. I gotta think about that for a minute. And then Miller Lite, I just don't do the regular domestic light beers. If I'm doing something like that, I will consume a Corona Light. So, but yeah, Jeff in Summers Point, we all know that too. You can't fool us. All right, coming up next, I'll give you some college football picks for the weekend. Big college football weekend here on 97.3 ESPN. Tomorrow at noon, following Billy Schwein in the locker room, we got Colorado versus TCU, followed by Notre Dame versus Tennessee State. Tennessee State is coached by Eddie George, by the way. As a little side note for you guys for that game. And then the nightcap of the tripleheader, Penn State taking on West Virginia. That's the college football tripleheader tomorrow on 97.3 ESPN. Sunday, we will have LSU versus Florida State. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. on Sunday night. And then 7 p.m. on Monday night is Clemson versus Duke. And you hear all those games right here on your home. The Eagles, Sixers, Flyers, college football, NFL primetime games, and more. It's all right here on your home for sports in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN.
A sports station that hits a home run every time.
The 1-1 hit in the air, left field. That one way back, on its way and out of here. Home run, left field, Trey Turner.
It's 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's home for the best Phillies sports talk.
Okay, class, our first lesson is math. 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals...
One heck of a great deal.
For math is simple at Matt Blatt Kia. Put 0 down, pay 0 interest, and make 0 payments for 90 days on every new Kia in stock. Or get up to $8,000 off MSRP on every 2023 EV6 GT in stock. Stuck in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia can get you leased so you can drive your new Matt Blatt Kia with 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 90 days. And we finance your future, not your past, even first-time buyers can drive with peace of mind with our exclusive 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credits, not all will qualify. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through Cap 1. Excludes EVs. 36 months at $27.77 per thousand. To Tier 1 customers. Expires 9/5/23. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or apply stopped, opt out. Go to nomoredraftywindows.com for full offer details.
Attention all homeowners. Do you know when to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Fog between the glass. Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've put off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And right now you can save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. Just text PLACE to 200-300 for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for a year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus save $359 off every window and $887 off every door. But hurry, these big dollar savings end this month. Text PLACE to 200-300 right now. Text the word PLACE to 200-300. Don't wait, text PLACE to 200-300.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? But taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to promote heart health and slows down sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. Start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
Ocean Casino Resort is the ultimate fantasy draft party spot. Go for the bragging rights this fantasy football season and plan your draft party at Top Golf. Each party receives a dedicated VIP draft space or private bay at Topgolf for up to 4 hours, an ocean draft board, swag bag, championship trophy, and more. Your fantasy football season starts here at Ocean Casino Resort. For more details, visit theoceanac.com. Go to Ocean. Go for the win. Let's go! Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With Labor Day savings at the Home Depot, we'll get your kitchen clicking. With top brand appliances like a new LG refrigerator capable of making 4 different types of ice, or an LG oven with built-in air fryer for healthier, crispier options. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online, your innovative new appliances are also just a click away. Get up to $700 off select appliances, plus an extra $1,000 off LG kitchen appliances, only at the Home Depot. Pricing valid 8/24 through 9/13, U.S. only. See store or online for details.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
Well, it's a patented key ingredient called testofen. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. It's backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text ROCK to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text ROCK to 321-321. That's ROCK to 321-321.
Don't miss the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show. 4 days only. September 7th to the 10th at the Golden Nugget Marina. Free self-parking, live entertainment. Kids under 12 are free. Buy advanced discount tickets at acinwaterboatshow.com.
Now, back to more Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
Sports Bash. We got text to get to on the text board. Football pick 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig calling in for Mike Gill on a happy hour Friday. Johnny G chimes in from Ocean City. What's up, Johnny G? He says, Josh, I'm doing the bubbly tonight. Still recovering from Wednesday's Phillies game. too many $21 cocktails. Ooh, man. He said, by the way, great job filling in for Mike Gill. Go Birds. Johnny G from Ocean City. Johnny G. Good to hear from you, man. Nothing wrong with a little bubbly, taking it. Another, you don't need to go crazy all the time. Listen, listen, for as much as I talk about drinking on the radio, I don't even drink all the time, okay? I'm not out here consuming alcohol each and every night. So, listen, Johnny, you do what you got to do. A $21 cocktail that is a hefty price tag that if I was someone making 6 or 7 figures and someone charged me $21 for a cocktail, I would probably be one and done, even if I had that kind of cash to throw around. That's a point where you're like, thanks, but no thanks. Like, that's yikes. That's like, I'm not going to say the name of the business, okay? But I was down in Cape May, so I'll just tell you the town. And I went up and I asked for a Corona Light, and the person at the bar didn't even tell me how much it was. So I just assumed it was what it used to be, right? And they came back and I handed them a 20 and they gave me $11 change. And I didn't know what to do. I was completely and utterly shocked. $9 for a Corona Light in Cape May. I mean, that's robbery. So to me, that's what the $21 cocktail is. You get it once, you realize how much it is, and you say, thanks, but no thanks. I'm moving on with my life. Jack and Wildwood disagrees with me about the NFC North. Jack and Wildwood chimes in at 609-403-0973, says, I think people are sleeping on Green Bay in the North. Jordan Love is going to be good. I'm telling you, that's from Jack and Wildwood. Well, Jack, I hope for Packer fans' sake, you're right. I got to tell you, I'm not a fan of Jordan Love. I had a lot of issues with him coming out of college. I think that, if he has fixed his mechanical and decision-making issues that he had in the past, yes, he could be good because they still have talent on that team. I think Christian Watson is a very underrated receiver in the league. They still have a good, solid defense. So, let's see if I can squeeze in one more text before we get out of here. Zach in EHT chimes in. What's up, Josh? I will second what Johnny G said. Great job filling in for Mike. Well, thank you. It's very nice of you. Mike will be back on Tuesday after we come back from Labor Day weekend, by the way. But Zach in EHT says, I'm drinking Trog's Oktoberfest tonight. Oh, nice, Zach. I like it. All right, let's do a little rapid fire here because we're running out of real estate here. Hawaii to cover the 2.5 against Stanford tonight. Give me that. Virginia to cover the 28 against Tennessee tomorrow. Give me the under in the Utah State-Iowa game. Give me Colorado to cover the 20.5. Give me Penn State to cover the spread against West Virginia. I'm running out of time. I'm Josh Hennig. This is Game Night. Have a good night, everybody.
Saturday morning in the locker room with Billy Schwein, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Klemick joins me in the studio. Hour 1, we'll hear from a 12-year NFL veteran who won a Super Bowl with the Baltimore Ravens, quarterback Tony Banks, on his career, and Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts. Hour 2, it's the sportsbook consigliere Dave Sharapin. He checks in from Vegas with his big picks for this weekend's action. Plus, don't miss the locker room's big announcement, where we'll be this football season. All that and more, it's the locker room with Billy Schwein, Saturday morning from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, so shout out to the people who are watching on YouTube. Like, subscribe, share it with your friends. Post game, because I ran out of time. I just ran out of time on the radio. So you guys are going to get the football picks. I actually do this during the football season if you've ever watched them before. So let's review what I just said. Hawaii to cover the 2.5 at home. Hawaii is much better than they were last year, and Stanford is going to be a dumpster fire this year. Why am I going with Tennessee over Virginia? Because Virginia's offense is going to be better than people expect it to be. And Tennessee's defense is just not that good. I just think 28 is way too much. I think Tennessee wins the game like 44-20. I think there's going to be a bunch of points scored in this game. The over-under is 56. Take the over. Take the over in Virginia, Tennessee, okay? Any other games I want to see if I can get in here with you guys watching. Thank you for watching. The reason why I think Colorado covers the 20.5, I think people forget that TCU, they're just not as good of a team as they were last year. I think both teams' defenses are not very good. So I think Colorado can cover the 20.5, and I think the game goes over 63.5 because, look, TCU is going to win the game, okay? But I think it's probably going to be, one of those, like, I'm trying to do the math on top of my head. Like a 42-24 kind of game. Something that's a total of 66 points, but it can't cover the 20-point spread. Okay. What other game did I want to mention to you guys? But I ran out of real estate here. I'm trying to look really quick here. Just give me 1 sec here. I just realized my settings were wrong. It's actually blocking me from a couple of games on this list here. Let's scroll down here. What other games are being played tomorrow that we can jump on here before we get out of here? Because I do got to get off this microphone and get to work. I got work I got to do. Let's see here. I'm trying to find if there's anything of legitimate, interest here. Let's see here. Oh, here it is. This is the game I'm looking for. South Carolina plus 2.5 at home. Take South Carolina. 1, South Carolina's at home. Number 2, South Carolina has a huge chip on their shoulder. Shane Rattler used to be the top recruit in all of high school, and he's being overlooked in this game altogether because Drake May is considered a top prospect for the NFL draft. I think North Carolina, I don't think their defense is going to stop South Carolina. I think South Carolina is going to go to war. They're going to win this game. This is a huge, huge rivalry game for them. What else? This is going to sound crazy, but Alabama is favored by 39 or 40, depending on what book you look at. I think Alabama wins by more than that. Middle Tennessee graduated almost all their starters from last year. I think they're bringing back 2 of the 22 starters from last year. So go Alabama. They're going to just run up the score in that game. The way it looks, at least. Anything else that stands out? Because I did a poor job at taking notes today. So I'm having to actually look through the entire schedule and jog my memory about who's even playing in some of these games. Oh, let's go with the LSU Florida State game. I think this is going to be a high-scoring game. I think people don't realize that Jordan Travis and Jalen Daniels are 2 phenomenally talented quarterbacks. This game on Sunday night on ABC is just going to be a shootout. I see it's 55 and 56.5 at multiple books. You got to go with the shootout in this game. I don't think people realize how many points can you put up in this game. This is probably going to be one of those 35-30 kind of games, 40-36 type of, shootout kind of games. So, I will say this. Clemson Duke is a stay away game for me because I don't think we have a good read on either one of those teams. I would be inclined to say Clemson covers, but Duke is returning, what is it? To do half of their starters this year. So, they're not going to be that bad. So, that's a coin flip game for me. Oh, here it is. Penn State, West Virginia. I think Penn State wins by more than 20.5. I don't think people realize the talent disparity between West Virginia and Penn State is ridiculous. Neil Brown's probably going to lose his job after this year in West Virginia. And Penn State has some phenomenally talented guys who are all coming back, this year. So, all right. Thank you for watching on the YouTube side. I'm Josh Hennig. This was not game night. This was the Sports Bash. No game night tonight. We are off of the radio until Tuesday on 97.3 ESPN. I'll probably sit in with Billy Schwein in the locker room tomorrow. But If there are any new content before then here on my YouTube channel, at Josh Hennig, like, subscribe, share it with your friends. It will not be on the radio. So thank you for watching the post show. I've been on the radio for 4 hours. I need to go eat something. Have a great night, everybody.